And we're live, I believe. All right, everybody, welcome to the fiscal year 24-25 budget committee. This is day one, Monday, May 20th, 2024, as we're dumping name tags on the ground. So I will convene the Deschutes County Budget Committee meeting, and I will note that we have 5 members present. We have Commissioners DeBone, Chang, and Adair, as well as Chrisana Clark and Jim Pfister. Judy Trigo is not present, and we'll talk about that in a minute. That's the welcome and convene. Would anybody like to make any welcoming remarks?
Well, yeah, just good morning, everyone. It's great to have the team together for this annual process of a budget review for Deschutes County. Thank you for the team for putting together this proposed budget.
All right. And I see the next item on the agenda would be to nominate a representative to the Investment Advisory Committee. So I'll turn it over to Nick Lelak to discuss that.
Thank you, Chair. This is the opportunity for the board to decide who will, and the Budget Committee to decide who will serve in that capacity. And we have our County Treasurer, Bill Kuhn, behind us, who officially staffs the Investment Advisory Committee. And I should know this, but it can be any member of the Budget Committee that serves in this capacity, or is it a Board of County Commissioner? Is it just a commissioner that serves on the Investment Advisory Committee? My experience is it's been a commissioner. That's a commissioner. It is
a commissioner to be at that seat. So, and I have attended the last couple of years. It's always kind of a PhD in the financial world, educational exercise for myself. But yeah, open for discussion too.
When are those meetings, Bill?
Come join us.
Yeah, as he comes up, the Investment Advisory Committee meets twice a year, generally, unless it's otherwise called by the treasurer to meet. And the meetings are a couple of hours each. Is there anything else you'd like to offer?
Okay.
Okay.
If it's only twice a year, that sounds appropriate. I haven't served on it, and I would, in these challenging moments in our world's financial history, I would like to be there. We'll see, what is it still 4.83 for the federal treasuries for the two years? I think I saw that this morning.
So it looks like this requires a formal nomination. So if anybody would like to do that, I would entertain a motion.
So I move to appoint Patty Adair to the Investment Advisory Committee.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I will call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And
2 more meetings.
I'll just say that I served on the Investment Advisory Committee my first year in office, and it was very helpful to understand the very firm sideboards that we put around our investments at the county. And I trust those sideboards to treat us well and help us be very cautious about where we're putting our money. Thanks.
All right, excellent. We're even ahead of schedule. Let's say that for the rest of the day. So we are now entering next item, the Deschutes County proposed budget. I will open up for public comment if anyone would like to make public comment at this time. I see none in the room. Do we have any online? Give it 2 more seconds. All right, none in the room and none online. Therefore, we can move to the Deschutes County budget message, and I will turn it to Nick Lelak, the County Administrator, for that.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning and welcome to our fiscal year 25 budget week, where the Budget Committee, those of you in the room this morning, will review, discuss, and ultimately approve our county's budget for the next fiscal year beginning on July 1st. After that, the Board of Commissioners will review and adopt the formal budget in June. I want to begin by welcoming our newest Budget Committee member, Chrisana Clark Endicott. Welcome. Thank you for your service and for volunteering to serve in this important capacity. I'm very sorry to say that Judy Trigo, our Budget Committee member, had a family medical emergency and is not able to join us this week. As you mentioned, there are 5 members. So we'll complete the work with our 5 members, and we all keep Judy and her family in our thoughts this week. I also want to note that the whole Budget Committee has turned over just the last few years. And so it's been quite the learning curve for everybody. I'm Also fairly new to my position still. Our chief financial officer is as well, and our budget team members. So we're all learning together, but I just want to take this moment to thank our volunteer budget committee members, citizen members for your service. This is a really, really important task for us this week. I also want to just begin by thanking our department heads and elected officials who oversee offices, our budget and financial managers across the county and the organization, Eric and Whitney, our deputy county administrators, and of course, our entire finance team. And I just want to note them, I'll just, in the order that you're here, Dan Emerson, Robert Tintle, Laura Skundrick, and Cam Sparks, for all of the work that they've done to prepare our proposed budget that the budget committee will consider. It is a total team effort. We all take responsibility for various pieces of it. And I just want to thank everybody as we get started. My budget message will briefly address three topics. I want to provide a big picture budget process overview to put our proposal and the forthcoming decisions in context, our current financial condition. And it's important to note here that our financial condition continues to change. And I'll talk more about this here in a few moments. And then some of the highlights of the proposed budget and what it aims to accomplish. So to begin with the big picture overview, the proposed budget is balanced, makes significant investments into Deschutes County's key priority projects, and sustains quality and efficient services to our residents. The total proposed operating budget for fiscal year 25, which best reflects the county's actual spending, is $423 million, which represents a 5.7% increase from the fiscal year 24 revised budget. The proposed operating budget excludes county service districts, contingency, unappropriated balances, and internal transfers. The total proposed budget for fiscal year 25 is $727.8 million, which represents a 0.06% increase from the fiscal year 24 revised budget. The number of FTE, full-time equivalents, these are our employees, in the proposed budget is nearly 1,250. To be precise, it's 1,249.26. This represents a slight decrease of 4.7 employees from the fiscal year 24 budget, primarily due to reduction in staffing in the Community Development Department. And I'll talk more about this here in a few moments. We have 84 active funds. This includes special revenue funds, enterprise funds, debt service funds, service district funds, and the road agency. The general fund is just one of the 84 total funds that the board will be considering, the budget committee will be considering this week. Most funds are restricted in one way or another, either by state or federal requirements or by county policy and practices, such as our enterprise funds and fees for service. So, for example, in some departments, we may collect fees for a service, and by county policy, we then turn around and we allocate those fees to provide services in those departments by county policy and by our choice. For our budget committee's purposes, the general fund is our discretionary fund, where we have the most flexibility in deciding how those dollars to pay for services, matches for grants, and board priorities may be allocated. We also have some discretion in how we allocate our video lottery funds, and we have full discretion for general government purposes for over about 70% of our TRT, our transient room tax funds. We receive approximately 56% of our funds in the total budget from the state and federal governments. Most of that is from the state of Oregon. And we generate approximately 44% of our revenues locally from property taxes, from fees for services, et cetera. When we look at the organization's entire budget, including service districts, 28% of funds are allocated in support of health and human services, 27% in support of public safety services, 23% in support of general government services, and then an additional 13% goes to support county roads, and 8% supports our enterprise funds. Within the general fund, our most flexible funding source, we have allocated in the past, this past year and proposed 51% of our budget to support public safety services. And these include the Community Justice Department, the District Attorney's Office, the Medical Examiner, and Victims Assistance. As the Budget Committee is aware and decided last year, we have levied our full property tax rates and property tax caps in Oregon while beneficial to residents and property owners for sure, also may limit the services that local governments are able to provide to those most in need in our communities and cause us to establish and at times, and including this year, increase fees for many services. I'm now going to shift gears to our financial condition. I'm going to start with stating that our financial condition is stable, but we have, and I have a smile here, from in our budget and financial planning manager, Dan Emerson's words, because he deserves full credit for this. We have headwinds caused by sustained inflationary pressures and increasing demands from our growing and changing population for services. Our assessed value and growth in property taxes is 5.2% this year, another solid year. Our transient room tax, the second largest discretionary fund, after several years of rather significant growth, is beginning to decline slightly. It is still solid, but it is declining. Our community development department's fee revenues and the corresponding permits declined again this year, though they appear to be stabilizing. Our Fair and Expo Center continues to generate additional revenue through more and larger events. And the state of Oregon has really stepped up to help the county expand the courthouse, support the continued 24/7 operations at the stabilization center, and invested in creating a new deflection program to implement Measure 110 reform to provide options for people suspected of drug possession to enter treatment programs. And it's really important. I just want to take this quick moment as well, as we talk about the state of Oregon's very significant contributions and allocations, is that to obtain those is really a team effort as well by the Board of County Commissioners, department heads, and leadership staff among various departments that work very closely with our legislative delegation and state agencies for the allocation of those resources. So we've been very, very successful over the last few years to support these programs. So at the same time that we're stable and we have solid revenues, we continue to experience what I often will share with our team, a perfect storm of factors that lead to cost increases, including, as I mentioned, the sustained inflationary pressures. Our geographic isolation, while it's certainly a benefit in many ways, it does also cause transportation of goods, services, labor, and others to increase costs for us. We have our continued and sustained high cost of living that is not declining as we had hoped it would, and a growing population with corresponding growing needs. These factors have contributed to cost increases this year and will continue to drive future costs, as we already see the need to grow and expand some county facilities. And I'll just give you a snapshot of a few of those. This year, and likely in fairly short order, the Board of Commissioners will consider adoption of the Public Safety Campus Plan, and then the cost then to allocate resources to implementing the Public Safety Campus Plan. And you'll hear more about that later today. The Road Capital Improvement Plan and updating and expanding our county's Fair and Expo Center. We're also aware of space constraints and corresponding improvements and cost allocations in the future that are impacting our Health Services Department, our District Attorney's Office, and our Clerk's Office. This week, you'll hear more about the Sheriff's Office request. In fact, not just this week, but actually this afternoon, you'll hear more about their request for $809,553 in additional transient room taxes, TRT, to begin saving for the implementation of the Public Safety Campus Plan. While this is no doubt an important investment, the request also comes at a time with TRT revenues are decreasing, albeit minimally, but they are decreasing, and the excess funds could also be used or allocated for general capital projects and reserves. This is an important decision that the Budget Committee will make this week. A couple of years ago, when our former Chief Financial Officer, Wayne Lowry, participated and attended the Budget Committee meeting, and he was here between our CFOs, Greg Munn, and prior to Robert Tinsel's joining us. He shared that the era of the county paying for capital projects with cash had changed to financing such projects. That was a big shift for us at the time, and our finances continue to change. We now see structural imbalances in future fiscal years as we anticipate assessed value growth in property taxes at about 5.2%, while expenditures are increasing at about 7 to 10%. This is new territory for the county, and the Budget Committee learned a little bit about this a few weeks ago when our finance team, and Dan in particular, presented the future financial forecast for us. I like to emphasize that our greatest asset as we talk about the expenses and the revenue our expenses and our revenues, our greatest asset is our employees. Our employees continue to bring innovation, creativity, and a passion for continuous improvement to their work. They are dedicated public servants who care deeply about our county as a place, our organization, and the people they serve every day. They are often called upon to serve as leaders in their respective fields at the state and national levels. We are at our best when we recruit and retain the best talent as we are able to sustain providing the highest quality services. And doing so requires compensation commensurate with their skill level in one of the highest cost living areas in the Pacific Northwest. And certainly the Board of Commissioners has certainly met that need and demand for several departments over the past couple of years, and more will be considered in the year ahead. Our recruiting and retaining the very best talent to provide the best services also enables them to do that, and all of us in the most efficient way possible. And we know this requires continuous innovation and creativity, and that is occurring now more than ever with increasing service demands and costs to provide those services. Those experienced, talented employees are often the very best who can help us determine how best to provide services most efficiently. The combination of these forces and factors means it is critical that we provide strong financial management, maintain a high credit rating, and combine our strong tax base and growing economy with the support of our talented employees while exercising conservative budgeting practices in our decisions this week and beyond. We've already begun to make some tough budget decisions. I'll note a few examples here. First, we fully allocated our internal service fund departments across all departments and offices rather than subsidizing costs for the Board of County Commissioners and administration with general fund dollars. This was a significant and necessary change to protect the general fund's limited resources, though it did result in large impacts to most departments. I am sure you'll hear about this impacted departments over the next several days, and they have a legitimate right to raise it as they absorb these cost increases into their budgets. Second, our community development department eliminated 20 positions, 16 of which were unfilled or vacant due to decreased permitting and corresponding revenue volumes. We unfortunately did not escape without a few layoffs. It was definitely painful. It was absolutely painful. I've been there before, and to see it occur again is a very tough process to go through. Though I'm pleased to report that at least a couple of those employees have found positions in other county departments. That was a good outcome for a few of them. The department is also increasing some fees to cover its actual cost of services. And I'll note that some of those fee increases are higher than we would like to see, for sure. But it's necessary to sustain the department's high quality service levels. Third, the board allocated about $500,000 of our video lottery fund for core county services rather than allocating the nearly $1.3 million to community partners who provide really terrific and very necessary services to our community as well. That was another tough decision. And fourth and finally, this budget does not reflect the full requests from all departments. Eric Whitney and I work with departments throughout the year and throughout the entire budgeting process on all of their needs to modernize their operations, to address their facilities and space needs, equipment, et cetera. And not all of those requests are before the Board of Commissioners and the full budget committee this week, because doing so, if they had all come before you, it would have further significantly reduced our general fund reserve that we're projecting at this time. Third, and this is my final big category, highlights of the proposed budget and what it aims to accomplish. Again, the budget is structurally balanced. It reflects the collective efforts of every department to provide critical services at the highest quality and in the most efficient manner to the community and the residents and the people that we serve. It implements the board's adopted goals and objectives and invests in key service areas, including, and I'll mention a few here, the Road Capital Improvement Fund, the future closing of Knott Landfill, and the siting and construction of a new solid waste management facility. Completing the master planning process and market study for our Fair and Expo Center, including the expansion area. Maintaining the 24/7 services at the Deschutes Stabilization Center. And again, a lot of credit to maintaining that goes to the state of Oregon and to the leadership team and our health services department for helping to secure those funds from the legislature. Investing in the new deflection program that I previously mentioned, prioritizing investments in cybersecurity and building core capacity in internal service departments to continue to deliver effective and impactful services. Many departments, and these are the internal service funds. So these are going to be human resources, the information technology department, our finance department, and others. They have remained at the same size or barely increased for 10 to 15 years and longer, while many departments have fluctuated. Many departments have grown. Some, like the community development department, have grown and then declined, and those require a lot of services from our internal service departments. So this year we are prioritizing some investments in those departments to have some limited staff increases there. Expanding the courthouse to improve security and provide courtroom space for additional judges, which we just celebrated the groundbreaking a week ago today. That was a great event. Implementing a plan to complete the land transfer with the Department of State Lands. And this is going to be on the east side of Redmond and just south of the fairgrounds. Continuing to implement the District Attorney Office's Prosecutor Center for Excellence, the PCE recommendations to address their staffing needs. Provides essential matching funds for the health services grants, and it does provide the funding for the completion of the wage and equity study for non-represented and AFSCME employees. This is the county's largest group of represented employees. It does not fund any wage adjustments or future increases at this time. That would be a decision at a later time based on the outcomes of that study, but it does fund the completion of that study. Finally, it aims to avoid the use of reserves to the extent possible, so reserves are available for future needs. However, state funding for our parole and probation division is not keeping pace with the actual expenses, and the result is that the division will continue to spend down departmental reserves and hold open vacant FTE in the coming year. Parole and probation is an essential element in our public safety system, so we think it's necessary that they do continue to spend down those reserves to the extent that they possibly can, while we're preserving to the extent possible. In conclusion, as we know, and I know our Board of Commissioners are in particularly aware, numerous counties across Oregon are experiencing significant budget shortfalls due to a variety of factors. We remain in stable financial conditions, and we are fortunate to be, I believe, where we're at today. As we developed this year's budget, we were thoughtful about how to maintain and control spending now to minimize impacts of a future forecasted structural imbalances. Given revenue pressures and sustained inflationary impacts, we will need to demonstrate continued vigilant fiscal stewardship as we monitor revenues and harness the growth of expenditures to ensure our organization's continued fiscal stability. I am confident that we are poised to take on those challenges ahead and work together this week and beyond to make the tough decisions to balance this and future budgets. We continue to provide critical services to our community through the work of our dedicated and talented employees. We continue to maintain strong financial management and historically high credit rating. We will continue to work together to ensure a stable financial future. As we do this work, we are committed to continuing to make thoughtful decisions to ensure that we continue to deliver effective, impactful, and efficient services to our community. I look forward to our next 4 days together as we chart the course for fiscal year 2025. Chair, Budget Committee members, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Administrator Lilac. At this time, does anybody have questions for Nick or about the general overview? I'll make a comment at this point, and I'll probably make it several other times during the week. I spent a fair amount of time in the board books these last 5 or 6 days since I got it, and I'm very impressed with the thoughtfulness that's coming in here. I mean, obviously, there's a lot to absorb and a lot to digest, especially when we do have maxed rates and we're trying to control the growth as we've discussed in prior meetings. But I really appreciate all the work of the county staff to put together a proposed budget that does fit within the parameters that we've at least started to form on this. And I believe that we'll have a really good discussion this week. Any additional comments? All right. If not, we can move to the next item, which is the Deschutes County proposed budget overview. I will turn it over to CFO Tintle and budget manager Emerson to do that.
Good morning, Budget Committee. Thank you in advance for your full week of dedicated service. We appreciate all your time. And yes, I do have to echo all the hard work that the budget team has put together this document. It is a very well thought out, thoughtful document that encompasses a lot of hard work that you don't see, may not see reflected through here. And of course, it all culminated from all of our departments working very hard, providing information as well, as Nick pointed out too. So it is a lot of work behind the scenes to get to today. And I do thank the team as well for that. Today, as we begin a full budget week dedicated to reviewing the finances of the county, I also want to take a moment to celebrate a milestone for a truly remarkable member of the finance department. So it's my honor and privilege to recognize our budget and financial planning manager, Dan Emerson, for his 10 years of dedicated service to Deschutes County. Dan celebrates his 10-year anniversary this month, May 2024, so only appropriate to honor and recognize him during Budget Week today. So Dan was hired on May 1st, 2014, and began his career in health services. On September 1st, 2020, Dan began working in finance and has been the backbone of the budget office ever since. His long-term financial planning, financial forecasting, and attention to the financial status of the county's discretionary funds have not only ensured our financial stability thus far, but has also charted a path for our continued success, even with the financial headwinds ahead. Over the past decade, Dan's contributions have been invaluable in both health services and countywide. Dan, your 10 years with us have been marked by professionalism, perseverance, and passion. On behalf of all of us, I extend our deepest gratitude for your years of service. May we continue to benefit from your guidance and insight for many more years to come. Congratulations, Dan, on this well-deserved recognition.
Oh, no. Big moments. There it is.
Oh,
Put one in there.
And now, Finance has previously presented many custom commemorative plaques to Dan in our finance departmental meeting, but today we also publicly present you this official 10 years of service award with deep appreciation for your invaluable contribution and dedicated service to Deschutes County.
Thank you very much.
Bill wanted a picture. Keep holding it up.
Keep holding it up. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Congratulations. 10 years at anything, especially in the job, is a long time. And we appreciate your dedication to the budget for sure.
Thank you, Chair Pfister.
We're definitely glad you came from health to finance.
Mm-hmm.
You've got it because you have that perspective, and I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like saying that the Giving Plate was really a wonderful organization. I remember you told me that a couple of years ago. So it's a good perspective for us.
Thank you. Well, yeah, and it's been wonderful to watch you grow in this department. Putting the big general fund view together for us in preparation for this even. So, in the next generation of tools we're using. And then I always think of it in finance world, just like Director Lilac just mentioned, may you live in interesting times, right? I mean, we're changing the structure of some of the budget, but it's really starting to hang together well. I mean, it always has, but in a changing world. So thank you very much for your service. Thank you. Appreciate it, Commissioner Bell.
And Dan, I so appreciate the way that you tell us hard things. Sometimes when we need to hear them, cut through all the politics and tell us what we really need to know to look out for the future of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Means a lot. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'll continue on with a few other comments now, what you might expect as far as budget.
It might not be as important as that, but
That's right. I do just want to take a moment because Dan won't go over this part in his presentation, but under supplemental materials, there is the general fund handout. I just want to highlight a few of our policies for the budget committee, just as a reminder of the policies that we have. So as you enter into this week, just mindful of what those are. And it's on page 5 of 6 under supplemental materials of the general fund meeting. The first one is we have a financial policy, and these are F14, about a balanced budget. As Nick mentions, we have a balanced budget. According to Oregon local budget law, we are required to balance our budget where your total resources have to equal your total requirements. Beyond that, this year, we're going to start talking a lot more about a structural balanced budget, or if it's structurally imbalanced. So what does that mean? The difference with that is it's about your ongoing revenues should equal your ongoing expenditures. So you're not depending on reserves, you're not depending on your savings to fund current operations. So we want to maintain financial structural stability where our revenues are equaling our expenditures. So we're not using our reserves, repeating that, but we're not using our reserves for ongoing expenditures. The second policy that we have in there is the use of one-time revenues. That goes along with that balanced budget approach. Really, it's saying if you have one-time revenues that come in, those should be used for one-time expenditures. Typically, those are good for capital items, a one-time initiative that you have going, but you wouldn't want to use one-time revenues to fund ongoing operations. If you want to start a program of staff and costs and personnel, you need to have an ongoing resource to fund that, not use of one-time funds. That's the other policy that we have. Finally, revenue management. This is similar. The county will not respond to long-term revenue shortfalls with deficit funding or borrowing to support ongoing operations. Again, that just hits home again, the policy of you need to be able to have the resources to fund the programs and services that you're providing. One item that's not in there, it's a newly approved policy that the board approved this year. Let me see, what was the date on that? In January of this year. It's our general fund reserve policy. And the board approved a policy where we're going to strive to maintain a 15% of property tax revenues, or the equivalent of about $6 million, into a general fund reserve. And that reserve would serve two purposes. 20% of that reserve would be for an emergency reserve that would be dedicated to emergency type situations, calamitous events affecting the provision of county services to the public. Think natural disasters, smoke, fire response, a big event in that case. 80% of that reserve would be to financial stability, where it's dedicated to the financial and operational stability of the county. Now, when we set this policy, we knew it was a future opportunity that we would be able to fund this reserve. We haven't funded it yet. That's why we included the word strive in there. So I mention that is because at the time we thought the forecast was, a few more years out before we would need to draw upon any financial reserve. So we wanted to set this up in place. However, it is still a policy that we'd still want to strive towards funding that. I mention that because you will be discussing this week and maybe later today also, you're hearing about reserves and the use of reserves, and Dan will speak to reserves. And as you do, I just want to lay the foundation to think about and remember, where do we draw the revenues for our reserves? It comes from the excess general fund or the excess TRT. So as those funds dry up, or we no longer have excess, then we don't have the ability to fund our reserves. Other funds, Sheriff's Office will also be asking for reserves as well. It comes from the same source. So we can't fund both. So I just want to highlight that as you go through the week and listening to the different presentations and discussions, think about the reserves, where reserves come from, how they're funded, and then the forecast. Once those reserves are gone, then how do you continue to fund capital projects? As Mr. Lilac noted, that our former Wayne Lowry, esteemed Wayne Lowry, said, we're past the days of buying cash for buildings, right? And now we have to finance it. Well, soon we're going to be faced with the fact of we also have to be able to afford the debt service payments on that. So as our funds are restricted, we may not be able to make those debt service payments. So we need to be really mindful. And that's not this year, but this year is laying the foundation for what we'll see in the next couple of years. So I just want to highlight a few of those points. Again, our general fund, when we talk about reserves, the general fund property tax revenue we receive in the general fund is about $46 million. The Sheriff's Office also receives property tax through their property taxes, and they receive about $56 million. So more than the general fund, and the general fund is also supporting county-wide initiatives. So I just wanted to, again, lay out the policies. So be mindful and thinking of the policies, the use of one-time funding, the use of staying structurally balanced where ongoing revenues pay for ongoing services. And if there is a program or a service, I don't know that we'll get there, but if you do that you want to fund, you have to think of where does the funding source come from? Or if you want to apply money from one fund to another fund or one program, you have to identify, we need to talk about where's that funding coming from, because we no longer have those unlimited resources where we can fund those programs. So with that, those are my opening comments just on the policies in general.
Well, a couple thoughts. As I may have said this in the past in budget, but I just remember being a young adult and figuring out, you get paid X amount per week or whatever. And I just remember thinking if it was $100 or $500 or $1,000 a week, which would only be $53,000 a year, but you just live within your means and then you're not going to get in trouble. Also, this is a permanent level of government, because then you think like a small business owner, you want to grow your business, you take on some risk, maybe you take on some debt, you raise your prices, you work harder. But this is government and it's a little different. This tax structure is set up by the legislature. All the public agencies are in the same boat. My goal is to live within our means and also, work with all the other agencies, statewide, and make sure that we're providing cost-effective services to everybody. And I really do appreciate that structural balanced budget concept, understanding that are we living within the resources we have, or have we spent a little bit of the rainy day fund just because it's that common ground. We're like, well, then we did it with the video lottery. Not that it was wrong, but we took a little bit of the contingency and made it balance. But just acknowledging those moments when we do that is very important.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Well, I think between the opening comments from the budget officer and from Robert, I don't have much to add here, except I would like to thank the budget committee members, especially our citizen lay members. This is a 4-day process, plus there's the pre-budget committee process, which is a day, and then the mid-year budget. So we're almost up to 6 days, and it's a lot of your time, and we really, really appreciate it. It's a vital function here at the county to fund these services. So thank you. Also want to talk a little bit more about our budget team back here. Cam and Laura are contacts for the 84 funds that we talked about with Nick. They work with business managers, business officers to balance all these funds, to balance transfers, to do the internal service fund allocations, and to put this entire or most of this book together. And so they're working year long on the budget, and really, really appreciate you guys and all the hard work that you do. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for occasionally being unpopular.
Yeah, exactly.
I also want to thank Brenda and Angie. Not only do they document this whole process and do the meeting minutes, but they just kind of make the process what it is. And throughout the year, the budget team is asking them for resolutions and kind of, I'm sure, pushing on some of their deadlines sometimes. And they're always extremely kind and courteous and helpful. And so really appreciate them as well. And of course, to the business managers, department heads, and business officers that put together the individual department budgets and meet with Nick in finance to discuss long-term forecasts and things of those natures. So really appreciate all that. The only other thing that I think I would highlight is maybe just some of the budget document itself. I'd say the revenue and highlights section is a great section if you haven't had the time to review it. I believe it starts on page 31 and offers some insights into our assessed value, our taxes, discretionary funds, and some of our major operating funds. I would also say that page 43 is great. It's the fund structure of the county. So as we go through when we're talking about different funds, if you have a question of how they fit into the county's overall budget, are they a special revenue fund? Are they part of the general fund? Page 43 will tell you that. Lastly, this year we'll be focusing, a lot on our discretionary funds, our general fund, our transient room tax. And so on page 74, you can find the general fund transfers out. So the general fund transfers out are the dollar amounts that we send to departments outside of the general fund to help them cover the cost of their services. And it's a really important graph because it kind of looks at the historical amount that we've transferred and what we're budgeting in order to make sure that these other funds are balanced and able to provide the current level of service. So this is a great graph. Lastly, the final three tabs are very solid as well. There's the FTE summaries. So the FTE summaries looks at all the full-time equivalents through by fund. It looks at it by function. So if you have questions about that as departments speak, this is a great place to go to kind of see not only what their total FTE amount is, but if their FTE has changed over years, and you can also see it by position, which is very helpful.
Yeah, I thought especially the historical view of this was really good. It was an entertaining read.
Lots of movement for historically with FTE. Then I direct you to the special request tab. We have all of the special requests printed out by departments. We have the ones that are included in or not included in the proposed budget first. And as departments speak, they'll often have a PowerPoint that discusses some of their special requests. And if you're looking for more detail, you might be able to find it in the special requests section. And then finally, as Robert alluded to, there's the supplemental material section, which talks about our county service districts, as well as the Sun River service districts, Black Butte Ranch, and some forecasts from department. It also includes the general fund forecast and the TRT forecast that we talked about on April 29th. And so as we get going on general fund, that might be nice to have in your back pocket as well. And that is kind of my overview of the budget book, and I'll pass it back.
Just one more, you'll notice you have two books in front of you. One, Dan was going through the proposed budget document. The other budget book, you may recall, it's the line item detail. So that has all the funds with all the line item detail included in it. On your agenda, as we go down and you'll see the funds, there are page number referenced. Those refer to the page number in the proposed budget document book, but then also the page number in the line item detail. So as you go through funds, you could find out more detail as you go through the agenda.
And again, that is very appreciated. That was a request that was made last year. And so I really appreciate the team pulling that together. It made it a lot easier this year.
And I see Commissioner Adair is already using that line item and highlighting. Right.
Yes, and the reference is really lovely. Saves a little time going back and forth.
Great. So that's all for my opening comments.
Okay. Any questions or comments for budget manager Emerson?
Oh, I do have a message from the community, the public. The agenda and agenda pack online are a skeleton and no real schedule. Could that please be updated for the public? Because I remember sitting in this room in 2018 with several other people that weren't county people. And if someone's watching online, they need to be able to follow. So if somebody could take care of that, thank you.
Yeah, well, at least the detailed agenda is presented in front of us is at the start of the agenda packet. But yeah, it is helpful to get as much detail for the public as we can. All right, go ahead.
You want to move straight into the general fund?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to be talking about our fiscal entities, which are discretionary funds, our general fund, our transient room tax funds. I'll also be discussing ARPA and potentially the PERS fund as well. And a lot of this will be similar to what we heard on April 29th, and we have a lot of time scheduled here, so it would be a great time to open up questions and thoughts. Also, I just want to say, as we go through the general fund and TRT, there are special requests to be evaluated. That the sheriff's office will come, the DA will talk about their need for general fund. But if this committee brings up other things, those will be called budget decisions, and we will record those decisions and talk about those on Thursday as well. So if I could just get the keyboard, Nick, that would be. Thank you. And if we could get the PowerPoint up.
Was this provided to us in this format here? This
It
the
is.
first one.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Stephen. All right, so like I said, we'll be discussing fiscal entities. General fund and TRT are the major two fiscal entities we'll be going over. Starting off here, let's talk about the proposed flow of funds. The general fund funds general fund departmental operations and all other county operations and departments that may need subsidies or facing financial instability. The remainder after expenditures has historically gone to the capital reserve, and it's budgeted in the amount of approximately $2.6 million to go to the capital reserve this fiscal year. Transient room tax is our Fund 160 and Fund 170, but 160 is the one we'll be discussing at this point in time, and it funds departmental operations. So it funds the sheriff's office, it funds justice court, environmental health fees, and it also funds some external county projects as well. This is the fund that we will be using discretionary TRT to cover the courthouse costs over the next 20 or so years here. In the proposed FY25 budget, remaining unallocated TRT funds are being transferred to the capital reserve, and I believe that's about $1 million this fiscal year. It was less than that, but since we are kind of splitting the cost of those environmental health fees, some of them are going to video lottery, some of them are going to transient room tax. That did free up about $270,000 in discretionary TRT. All right, so the general fund overview, I know this body knows this very well, but this is more for the public. It's made up of departments such as the district attorney. They're the largest department inside of the general fund, the clerk's office, the assessor's, veterans office, our tax office here, property management, and our medical examiner. And it also contains those transfers out that we just looked at to other departments to support their operations and balance their budget at current core service levels. The largest transfers out currently are to the Health Services Department of $7.2 million and Community Justice Juvenile of $8.1 million. And it should be noticed that the Health Services transfer out is actually split between the Public Health Department and the Behavioral Health Department. The vast majority of that transfer is going to public health. The transfer amount that is going to behavioral health is based on match dollars for programs such as their IDD program, the Intellectual Disabilities Department there.
Can you give us the actual numbers then?
Yes, I'd be happy to pull them out. Do you want those right now?
Later is fine.
Okay, I'll pull them out.
You know,
by the
you
end of the
said most
presentation.
of it's to public health, so
I believe
what
it's,
is most of it? Is that like 5 million?
I believe that's in the neighborhood, but we'll get you the exact number.
Okay, I'm sure it's here somewhere. I just wanted to refresh my brain.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. The major source of revenue for the general fund, of course, is property taxes, but it is also supported through various smaller grants and clerk's office fees. In fiscal year 24, we actually adopted the budget at 4.9% assessed value in property taxes. We're a little bit more optimistic this year at 5.2%, which is closer to where the actuals for FY24 are ending up as well. And departmental expenditures within the general fund are still the greatest cost to the fund. So the role of the general fund, as County Administrator Nick Lelak talked about and Robert talked about, it is our primary discretionary funding. It is the chief operating fund for Deschutes County. The general fund revenues are the primary support for operations funds facing short-term financial instability. And it is also, if the general fund doesn't have adequate reserves, we're not able to make that transfer over to the capital reserve. And it affects capital maintenance as well as our future capital construction. And so just so folks know, our Fund 070 is our capital maintenance fund, and it is funded by 3 cents of property tax from the general fund. And then it's also funded by a transfer from the general fund that goes to our capital reserve and then transfers to our maintenance fund 070. So it's funded not only with a transfer from the general fund, but from 3 cents of property tax as well.
So I had a question on it just to make sure I was reading it right. So the 3 cents doesn't show up in the general fund and then get transferred. The 070 has that property tax in there. Okay, I read it right.
And over the last, I would say 3 or 4 years, the 3%, the 3 cents of property tax has not been enough to stay up with our annual maintenance costs, which is why we also need to do an additional transfer of general funds that really comes from 060. And so that's why, and we project that to kind of continue to increase as buildings get older and as we continue capital expansion. So,
But down then the percent budget change from 24 is 5.88. Is that just because the property taxes are going to go up? The
And,
allocation on revenue for current year?
For the general fund.
Right, 070?
Oh, 070 is capital maintenance. So there was an increase in the transfer out to capital maintenance because there will be some large projected future capital maintenance projects in, I believe, the juvenile system here in the next few years. And so we're transferring out slightly more every year on top of the property tax in order to start building up for that major maintenance cost.
Thanks.
And Commissioner Dare, following up on your question regarding health services and the general fund support, 5.1 million goes to public health. The rest goes to behavioral health.
What a guess. Okay, thank you. And those are matches mainly for behavioral health then, you said, Dan?
On the behavioral health end, it's
2.1 million for matches.
I
Wow.
believe there's a couple different matches there. IDD is the largest of which, but health services will be presenting here in a couple days, and I'm sure they'd have more information on that. The only thing that's kind of outside of a match is the positions they came for funding last year out of general fund, which I believe segue with legal, and they're the crisis. There's a crisis position there. So, but I wouldn't be able to speak fully to that. So health services would be able to.
Thanks.
So insufficient general funds means the county has a structural imbalance, which Robert Tentel discussed here, whereby expenditures are greater than resources and the county would need a cut balance to balance the budget. And really what we're talking about is ongoing revenues are less than ongoing expenditures. And we are kind of looking at a situation like that as we look at the general fund decreasing year over year. For these reasons, the general fund is the cornerstone of the Deschutes County finances. Its fiscal health reflects the financial stability of the county and its operations. Any questions on the general fund or anything we just discussed there?
So it was good to see that the transfers out were slightly declining. I mean, it's essentially flat. I think it was 3.7 down. Yeah. 3.8 down. Some of that though gets hidden because then there are because it looked like especially some of the organizations were not getting general fund, but then we're getting supplemented by increased ISF. And so that'll probably come up a couple of times, but some of the inter service charges that we're doing are getting pretty painful for some of the departments. And that is compounded if you're funding departments with general fund and then increasing your ISF charges, that's a hidden tax on the general fund itself.
It is. And if I could speak to the transfers going down a little bit too, I actually, I don't think that's because it's not because there's less of an operational need. The
Right.
operational transfers are actually increasing, and they've been increasing year over year over year. It's because this transfer out to General County Reserve, which is right in the middle here on page 74, that is the transfer to our capital reserve, our non-operating fund. And so that has decreased from 7 million to 5 to 4.6, 4.4, and now it's down to 2.6 million. So that's really one of the reasons why that transfer number has decreased, because we're just not able to fund capital. But if you look at the need for health services and juvenile justice and our operating transfers, those have actually increased. The other thing I would say is that our slice of transfers that we have available to, which is kind of what we're talking about, to fund is shrinking too, as our contingency policy grows and as the capital reserve shrinks. So yeah, it's a little bit concerning.
Well, and it does get concerning for the long term. I mean, we're doing a good job of maintaining a stability right now, but we're seeing, as you always say, we're seeing the headwinds, and we need to be able to figure out a way to address that in some of the current budgets, so that we actually do have better reserve strategies moving forward.
Exactly.
Well, then the internal service fund scenario that's being plugged into the budget this year is the first time we've done this for admin and BOCC, correct? So it's, I think of it as, kind of, it's a good way to see proportionately the overhead, the size of the department, how it plugs back in. So really, I as you say, you mentioned a hidden tax, but it's it's more data that we could extract back out about the size of the organization, the size of the departments, and how it's allocated across, instead of just pulling out of the general fund and covering. So I mean, as I say, it's
I mean,
more information, I guess, is what I
wasn't necessarily saying it was a bad thing. I actually like the fact that in some of these cases, some of the administrative departments are getting, they're getting support from a broader array. It's just where it comes from the general fund. We need to be diligent in ensuring that we're not funding to refund some of the things that the general fund was previously doing. Or more to the point, we need to look at the overall growth as you see it. It's like, oh, ISF charges are up slightly, but then you look at the loss of the general fund contribution. So you need to measure that more accurately.
And it's something that we talked about on April 29th was that, the admin and the board ISF charge has been about $625,000. It was in fiscal year 24. And if we hadn't have subsidized that, our general fund would be that much lower. Plus, we don't have some things like the salary study, and we'd be really afraid that we would hit that cliff in fiscal year 25. So in some ways, this is probably pushed out that cliff slightly. And the other thing that I would say, kind of regarding the ISF charges, is that as we go through and we hear about ISF, I think it's important to realize that only out of every $5 in ISF, only $1 of that is charged out to the general fund. So when we're talking about looking at general fund solutions or transient room tax solutions, and you see that maybe there's 500,000, really there's closer to $1 million of ISF asks and things of that nature. Only out of $1 million, only 200,000 of that would be charged to the general fund per se. And so that's just something I wanted to point out as well.
I'll just recharacterize it a bit.
Thank
too,
you,
as far
Robert.
as, no, what Dan said is absolutely correct. As opposed to a tax on the general fund, it's more of fully recognizing the cost of service to the general fund because they are support services, and it's just fully recognizing the cost. I will also add through the finance director group, CFO group through OACFO, a lot of the counties are dealing with the same issues as far as internal service funds are increasing. And why are they increasing? Because the costs of service are increasing, right? The same inflationary factors and pressures that are on departments are also on the support services or internal service funds, which causes the rates to be increased. The other thing I would just say, Deschutes County is in a good position this year where we're not facing that structural imbalance where we have multi-million-dollar deficit in our general fund this year. Now we have to be mindful for future years, but there's many counties and municipal organizations that are already experiencing those multi-million-dollar cuts this year in their general fund. And so we are fortunate that we have time to thoughtfully plan and think about how we're moving forward.
But we really don't have that much time.
No.
If the line is crossing in 27, honestly, I would have thought we would have done more today so that we wouldn't be like all the other counties that are really critically facing major shortfalls. I mean, 27, what is it, 2 years?
Well, inflation's still happening too. It's like we're in the middle of this because I think of it as 100 years ago, a gallon of milk was $1, and then it was $2, and then it was $3, and then it was $4 and $5. And there's just these plateau. Hopefully we're coming to a plateau. There's these big steps that happen, and we're not done with the step, it looks like.
I used to have a boss that said there's a big difference between not sucking and sucking less. And so I would prefer the former rather than the latter. And I'm worried that we're in the latter.
Sucking less? Okay. Okay, I'll focus on that.
And we've been, I mean, it's also important to recognize that we've been building to this place for many years. The reduction in assessed property tax rates has deprived us for $1.5–2 million a year since 2018. Also, we have we're undertaking a massive capital renovation and construction program these couple of years. Many of these things we have known for a long time were needs, and we're just going to get into them now. So in some ways we have, when Commissioner Cabone was talking about how, the state sets the structure for taxation for us. I mean, that is absolutely true. And there are decisions that we could have made in the last 10 years that would have put us in a better position right now.
although we are where we are, we need to
Yeah.
we need to operate moving forward. We also need to look at that historical piece and understand that we don't want to do it again as necessary.
Well, and with the budget, it's always about checks and balances, right? You could argue, well, the reason is that we didn't intake more, but a counterbalance would be a reason could be that we added too much. So depends on your perspective.
Well,
And
I
we
mean,
just spent-
on the capital construction front, I would say that we ignored looming needs for many years.
Okay, well, we also spent 13 million on the north unit. We bought them for 4.65 and then we put in 13 million. Okay, so that's all funded, but $13 million for that north unit. And then don't forget parole and probation is paid for. I do believe, didn't we pay for that with cash? No debt. So yeah, we spent a lot of money and yeah, that 13 million really was to me a bit mind-boggling.
Well, that was not fully loaded on the general fund either.
It was still county. So I don't care what was funded. It's a county.
Yeah.
And how does that look?
If the health services department has generated reserves and is able to pay for some of its capital needs, then what we are stressing about right now is the general fund, internal service funds, transient room tax revenue. So we need to think about why we're strained in those areas.
Well, I'm strained because the inflation has been 19% since I believe, what was it, 2021. So yeah, we're dealing with a lot of inflation. We get 38.4 million plus the other, 4 point something million that went into the courthouse. We had a lot of money that we spent and now we're looking at inflation.
Well, and remember, just 3 or 4 years ago, we were talking about a $25 million courthouse, and it jumped to 40. So I'm just pointing out, a 10-year window is probably too much to think about that. The last 3 to 5 is when this happened.
But if we had done some of these capital projects sooner, we would have actually captured those much lower prices.
We didn't have the judges. We had to have the judges first, and it's now 44 million. So.
Well, and in finance, I mean, coulda, woulda, shoulda. I mean,
Yes, thank you.
we have to, I believe, as a finance committee, look forward. What is it that we can do looking forward instead of turning around and looking back? Looking
Right.
back doesn't help us as much as looking forward and saying what can we do to make this.
That's
this-
right. So those are cautionary tales that help us be more fiscally responsible moving forward. One kind of high level concept that I want to float for us, as we go into this week is there are still some really big capital expenditures that are looming on the horizon. Public safety campus, Fair and Expo Center. We are not going to be able to pay for those the way that we have in the past, as we've heard. Not only will we not be able to pay cash, but we will need to think about debt service. And I think we should really be looking at how we can package some of these large capital projects as voter bond measures. Looking forward, there are going to be things that are going to be less popular than others, but the jail renovation, maybe that's not any more popular than when they tried to float a jail expansion bond. I can't remember how many years. 2006. That may not be that popular, but I mean, the Fair and Expo Center, for example, is a very well-loved facility. And so for us to be saying, well, let's start, routing more TRT or general fund dollars or other things to building up a reserve for them to funding the studies for them to be able to ask us for huge amounts of capital funding later. I don't think that that's the right way to be approaching projects like that. I think we should be setting those projects up for seeking, voter bond measure funding, because I believe people will be willing to invest in the Fair and Expo Center, for example. So that's, we look at the bleak, the lines crossing in the future, and some of that is about our expectations about our capital outlays in the future. And so if we can start to move some of those capital outlays to new revenue sources. That's a way to be more fiscally responsible with the 5, 10, 15, 20-year outlook.
Well,
We could have done that with the courthouse.
and that's fair. It ends up being a guardrail discussion at some point or another. You can say, I'm gonna entirely fund it. Yeah, I'm gonna save up the money and I'm gonna do that, which is a great thing for a household to do. Maybe a little less from a government to do given net present value. You can say, I'm gonna go out to the taxpayers and I'm gonna actually put the whole burden on the taxpayers, or somewhere in the middle is the ability to say, I have saved up and I have planned and I have set a very firm budget in terms of what I want to do. And I've convinced the taxpayers that I'm fiscally responsible enough that they would be willing to then vote for a moderate increase for a short period of time in order to be able to fully fund that. So the answer always lies in the middle. It might be closer to one guardrail versus the other, but I really think that we need to be convincing the taxpayers overall that we are being fiscally responsible with their money. It's not ours, it's theirs, and we're the stewards of it.
And I agree with Jim that you cannot always there's, again, it's the two sides. You can always look to increase your income. Sometimes you have to look to decrease your spending.
Yeah, I think I would just say, in terms of, we have the general fund, right, and transient room tax that are discretionary funds, and those are our transient room tax is what we're using to cover our full faith and credit bond on the courthouse. And in our forecast, we have not included the fair or the public safety capital projects right now. Those lines are crossing in the general fund because of operations, core services, right? And in the future, with the capital reserve decreasing, those lines are only reflecting the DAs and a placeholder of $7 million for the clerks, but really it's an abstract placeholder for a future project. And of course, that amount of money wouldn't be able to cover either the Fair and Expo or the public safety campus. And so when we look at how much is left, $2.6 million in the general fund and declining, and given the cost of core services and operating, we wouldn't see any money in the general fund without significant reductions that we could cover a full faith and credit bond, right? And then transient room tax, as you'll see, we have about $1 million additional transferring out every year, and that doesn't include any of the special requests this year, and it only includes really departments growing by 2% every year that need those. So it would be extremely difficult to fund a large full faith and credit type operation.
And at the same time, if you ask some of those departments, what are your ideas for how you're going to pay for these big capital costs after you finish your master plan? They don't have any ideas. So, sure. I mean, where are they going to look? They're going to come back to the budget committee, to the board of commissioners. I mean, Jim, I very much appreciate, let's do a micro example. Sun River Service District saved money, asked the voters for a reasonable amount of funds, and got $8 million of transient room tax revenue. Mm-hmm. Right. So, that $8 million of transient room tax revenue was a critical piece
Absolutely.
Of making the whole thing work. Those opportunities won't be there in the future.
They'll be there less if we don't have that. There was some well, we won't even go. We'll talk about that on Thursday.
I mean, we've committed those funds for over a decade to come to this courthouse expansion.
Exactly.
Which we also could have looked at as, a potential bond measure. We could have done some nifty public safety bond measure that included the jail expansion or the jail remodel and a piece of the courthouse. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, yeah. Right? But better late than never.
Well, and I'm with you on that. I think everything you can look at in a lens and say, okay, it worked this way, it didn't work this way. We had the advantage of extras in this way and spent them because the budget was there. We don't have those extras anymore, and I think there's an understanding of, okay, moving forward, what are some of the different strategies? So I think it's going to be individual on all these things that we're doing but we need to start looking at some of the common methodologies in terms of what worked and what didn't work, and how do we move that forward. I'm with you on that.
Before we jump into the next slide or the current slide, just again to Commissioner Adair's comment earlier, for the public listening, there is the summary agenda that is just very high level, but if they click on the detailed agenda, it does have the meeting agenda there, as well as the presentation slides and other materials. So perhaps they were just clicking on.
You have to go to the PDF.
Yes, go to
Yes, go to the PDF.
the
Thank you very
full,
much.
all the details.
Thank you, Brenda.
For the public.
All right, go ahead and keep going. And I was thinking, if you get a natural break between now and 10:30, probably after you cover the general fund, that would probably be a good time for a break.
Sure, sounds good. Good conversation. Okay, so the FY 24-25 general fund budget detail. This is a breakdown of the fiscal year 24 resources by general fund. As we spoke about, the vast majority of the funding is property tax. It's about 64% of the funding. That's only because 23% is held in beginning fund balance to cover our contingency and cash flow policies. 5.2% is the budgeted assessed value growth. We feel like that number is a fairly strong number, and it's historically accurate over the last 5 or 6 years. So state grants budget is down 400,000 from fiscal year 24, and we do have multiple pressures on general fund resources. The reason the state grants budget is down is because the DA had both a large federal and a state grant, and they're kind of on the tail end of that, and they've just kind of spent through that grant at this point in time. Any questions on this slide?
And we don't expect to see a lot of that going back up. There's nothing on the horizon that would say either federal or state would come back up on this. It looks like we're kind of drying up here.
It's been pretty consistent. The federal and state funding has been very consistent throughout the general fund, except for when the DA got that grant, and like those 2 grants. Like I said, I think they're closing. The biggest lever in the general fund, besides the property taxes, is the clerk's fines and fees, which we've talked about, the recording filing fees. So they're budgeting $1 million. I think in a good year, they could get 2 million. The highest they've ever had was 2.7, but they had 2.7 million one year, and then all the other years have been in the 1.9, 1.8 range. So there's potentially another $1 million in the general fund should interest rates significantly decline and refinances come back up. That's also being forecasted at a 5% increase year over year in our model right now.
Okay.
I'll just add one other funding source in the general fund. So when you hear the finance presentation or presentation from the assessor's office, they also reference the CAFA grant, the revenue from the state to fund assessment and taxation. That's one area, speaking legislatively, of how can the county, if they could attain additional funding from the state, those costs are covered by the general fund, and the contribution from the state has declined over the years. So that could be an area of advocacy or potential. So again, I know I'll bring it up during the finance presentation, but again, with the assessor, he may make comments to that as well. So that's another potential for the general fund in the future. And every county is experiencing that as well, but that's another source that we would be hopeful of, but there's no guarantee at this point.
So they're having a meeting, I believe an emergency meeting, maybe on the 30th or 31st this month in Salem. What about those counties that are really in financial hardship at this moment? Are they going to the state to ask for help? Have you heard any facts?
I haven't heard specifically of their plans to, address the state in those areas.
Okay, but I would think maybe they might be if, they're millions short.
I think we've seen a lot of proposed budget and a lot of budget message is coming out from counties that are frankly talking about reductions. We're not at that spot right now, but as I've looked at other counties, that's what we've seen. I'm sure that they'll try to leverage their resources too, but okay, so moving on to the general fund budget requirements. Personnel services increased 11% year over year, and part of that is due to our COLA being maxed out at 4% plus our step policy, right? But in addition, we also had 30 some odd % increases in health insurance over the last year, if you include this last 15% increase. So it's been we need to pay for the claims costs in that health insurance fund, and we were far below the contingency policy, and we heard from this board that we needed to get that back up. So that's what we've done by including this 15% increase in health insurance in 25 as well.
Well, and again, that's a pretty strong burden across all the departments that I noticed going in. I mean, as you start to see some of those indirect charges coming in, causing the increase, it's one thing to say, I can be conscious and I can be conscious of how much I want to negotiate with the bargaining units in terms of where that goes up. But if you're increasing your burden rate overall, it's not very effective. We got to be able to figure out how to distribute that somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the increased health insurance rates, if you think about a department in the general fund or a department that's receiving funds from the general fund or transient room tax, they by definition can't cover their balance. They can't budget they cannot balance their budget without a subsidy from TRT or general fund. So when you pass on a large health insurance cost increase, it just a portion of that dollar of that increase comes back to the general fund or TRT, because then they need more, right? So it is circular in some ways there. Transfers out to capital reserve budget is 2.6 million. That's approximately 1.5 million less than we forecasted in the beginning of fiscal year 24 there. I was thinking we'd have about 4.1 million. Part of that is the health insurance rates, but part of it is just the sustained high COLA, the CPI coming in at the max bargaining unit. Also we have had some FTE growth in areas. And so those kind of things make it difficult to stay within kind of the assessed value, right? We talked last time that the assessed value is 5.2% in the general fund. But when we're talking about a 4% COLA increase, plus a 5% step increase, plus health insurance increases, plus next year in fiscal year 26, excuse me, there will probably be PERS increases, plus a salary study that isn't in the budget. It's going to be more than the assessed value by quite a bit. So,
Dan, I'll just offer with the max bargaining with the COLAs, you know, as we would hear and we experience here, a lot of our employees would say it's great that it's the max, the 4%, just given the costs. But the costs, as we know, are far exceeding even the COLA. Just the CPI, the inflationary costs are significant. So we've talked about. So what does it look like if to have a better financial picture going forward? Well, we've said we really need to sustain growth levels that we're projected to have in our county, in our respective cities, but you know, we need to get back to that 1.5% COLA, back to 1.5 to 2%. I mean, inflation. That's, you know, nothing, and that then
Careful.
change our financial picture. But until that happens, it's these stresses are multiple years, and it would be multiple years for that to happen. So.
Well, this is happening across all agencies, just like you're talking, the budget messages from other counties at this point in time. And it's propagating through, as in some things took on the cost of inflation that kind of do it real time. Other things, it just shows up 6 months and a year later in the next year's budgeting. So it's all compounding still.
It is. Yeah. And that's what's really creating our challenges now, and for at least for the next few years until we see a change there. I mean, working with our assessor, Scott Langton, and his team is working so hard to make sure that we're capturing what we can capture with our assessed value. And we look at the north side of Bend, for those that have driven that massive Costco development and all that housing. I mean, that's going to be a nice influx for property.
Traffic. Don't forget the traffic, that it's going to be a nice. Yes. How many more minutes is it going to take me to drive through there?
There's double lane roundabouts all over. Yeah. You just roll right through them.
Actually, it goes down to one lane coming into town.
Oh, but to that point, you have to look at it. You can look at it as a COLA from a personnel standpoint. I mean, and obviously personnel is where you always need to balance, but at some point or another, you have to look at what you need to say is my budget needs a 1.5% COLA or any of that. And therefore you have to start making those assumptions. And at least one of the departments did this year, that there was a necessity to say, I can't grow as much as I am there. You know, given the increase in salaries, I'm going to have to cut personnel. And that is a balance that needs to get played. And again, you're starting to see one or two departments doing that. I think we're going to have to be more serious moving forward in terms of being more efficient in providing the service, the essential services that are required by the county, and understanding what's not not an essential service and what might need to get cut.
So short-term fiscal issues on the general fund, and we just talked about that in that conversation. High inflation, wage growth, operational growth, revenue pressures. There's been a $700,000+ decline in the clerk's revenue since fiscal year 22. And that is by far one of our largest levers besides property tax. There's been a $140,000 decline in property management revenue due to some of the legislation around that and foreclosed properties right now. So now the general fund is subsidizing that as opposed to foreclosed land sales. And then we have some long-term fiscal issues. We have kind of this forecasted structural imbalance, which is that our ongoing revenue in the general fund, we really do forecast it at about 5.2%. But when we think about our cash flow and our contingency policy, that deducts some of that off the top to be able to cover that contingency policy. So we really are thinking about a 4% growth rate in general fund. And that's kind of the max that you can grow every year in the general fund. And even at a COLA of 2%, when you have steps of 5% or FTE growth or PERS rates or health insurance rates, you're going to be growing at more than that 4%. And so that's why we are continually eating into our excess general fund year over year. It's just been more magnified recently because of the high inflation. And so that's kind of the forecasted structural imbalance that is, part of the duty of this committee to talk about and discuss. We have capital and maintenance needs, and the funds going out for those capital and maintenance needs are shrinking because that is usually our excess general fund. Our compensation philosophy is excellent, but it's tough to pay for, as County Administrator Nick Lelak talked about. We do have the PERS. We have future debt service that we have to be careful that we don't eat into our transient room tax, because that is our debt service fund and for our major project, the courthouse. And of course, then we also have some federal and state budget uncertainty at times where we don't know where the legislation is going to go in those questions.
Actually, looking at the clerk's office, we were down $1 million in to 23 from 22. So, and the way the interest rates are now, aren't they still at like 8% for single family residences? So the fact that we're at 775 and we're still budgeting $1 million, I mean, we think that's a safe number for next year.
I think so, because we're looking at fiscal year 24 actuals coming in at about $1 million right now. And we don't, and of course, fiscal year 24 was a very high inflation environment. So assuming that kind of carries over, we're hoping we're bottoming out and seeing what the clerk's filing recording fees were. Of course, if inflation got worse, actually the April number for the CPI was slightly worse, right? There is a potential that it could decrease, but
Make sure to ask that again on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, I did want to ask about the fees that the clerk's office charges. I mean, I can't recall there being fee changes when we looked at the fee book.
Right.
But at the same time, the clerk's office is experiencing the same inflationary pressures on their staffing costs that all the other departments are experiencing. And maybe this is a question. Oh, is it state?
I believe it's state mandated, so they can't really leverage that per se. It really is just a function of the interest rates when they drop and there's more refinance and loan origination, and they get paid to kind of process and do the recording of those fees. But for now, it's mandated at a certain level. So.
And just as far as dumb questions go, in the resources section on the general fund, there's an amusement devices line, which actually shows big growth, and I had no idea what that was.
Amusement devices. We'll have to look that up.
Yeah, page 1. It's more than anything else, it stood out because it's a 46% growth. Now it's a 46% growth on a relatively small number, but it's just like, okay, what?
What organization is? Oh, that's in
General fund. So page 1.
Okay. Oh, that's the resources. Yeah, so that's a revenue that we receive. I would have to look up.
That's fine.
Kind of
Just
tax we're getting
at some point this week.
Before I forget about it, can we just flag that clerk's fee structure
Mhm.
as a potential legislative, an additional legislative item that we might be looking at in the next year?
Definitely.
Right, you have more on the general fund and, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, one other question. Can you, when I came into office, PERS, we had just done a big PERS buy down. And I know that there's been some changes in the PERS program over the last year, but can you kind of give us a pull up to the 90,000 foot level and explain what's changing with PERS in this last couple of years? Or should I save that for some other time this week?
Sure, I can start and Dan can speak. A couple things. Yes, the county does have a PERS reserve that we still have, and I think that's one of the funds that may come up. Dan will speak to that later. And we are maintaining that internal PERS reserve that if rates fluctuate and go up higher, we can use that fund to smooth rate increases. Again, as you know, recall, PERS increases their rates every 2 years. And the major factor that comes into play on that is the market. Most of the earnings for that fund come through the market interest earnings. And so depending on how the market does, and it's through the end of the calendar year, December 31st, that's what determines how rates will be invested or earned and how they'll set the rates. So traditionally, PERS has had a higher assumed rate, but they have recently lowered that assumed earnings rate. And so it has changed some of the projections. However, we are anticipating rates will continue to go up. Another thing the county also did is we opened up that side account, PERS side account. So that will have earnings from that. And once they calculate the Deschutes County PERS rates, then they'll take into account that side account that we have, and it'll lower our rates. So we have a lower rate. We don't know what those rates are, what the effect is. Those usually come out annually. And so we'll be getting those and looking at those before our next rate increase for the next fiscal year. Because it's on they set the rates for 2 years.
And that side account is what we created when we did that buy down.
When they had the 25% match
Okay.
the state provided, yes.
So that might have been a good choice.
That was definitely a good choice.
Thank you very much. Could we put that in the minutes, please?
It is.
And we're still looking, we're just getting kind of some preliminary estimates for fiscal year 26, what new PERS rates might be. But obviously, we're hoping they're going to be lower increases. So we don't have to eat into that at all. Well, Chair Pfister, I have about probably 10 more minutes on general fund. I'm happy to take a break now or to continue to keep going. So
What's the sense of the budget? Can you go for about 10 more minutes on general fund and then take a break? All right, go for it.
okay. So moving on, we'll talk a little bit more about the general fund forecast. And like I said earlier, and we've had some of these conversations, the expenditures are just growing at a percentage that's greater than our assessed value increases and our revenue increases for a variety of factors, but that margin is being eaten into every year, and we're anticipating that it'll cross in this forecast in FY27. And we've spent some time on this. So are there any questions regarding this forecast or any of the assumptions being used?
So you mentioned being able to look at budget messages from other counties. I haven't done that, but I mean, other counties are crossing now, basically. Is that the conclusion?
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know.
Other counties, I'll speak to Lane. I came from Lane County and we did look at their budget message as well. They've had multiple years of gaps in the general fund every single year. So it's not like it's new for them. This year they did have to reduce 7.5 million within their general fund. So Multnomah County, I mean, you name county, there's multiple counties that are having those issues as well, and cities. And Nick, if you want to have other comments as well.
Well, just the other one is that some of the coastal counties are experiencing the habitat conservation plan that is dramatically reducing the timber harvests there. And so combining the inflationary factors with the loss of the timber revenue, some coastal counties are having very significant budget impacts this year, which whether those.
Right. The vote was 4-3. It was 4-3. And I texted the governor about it because I knew it was going to be killing for them.
And I would say we're blessed too, in that we've always been able to fund whatever we need in terms of core services and capitals because of our really strong property base and because of the influx in TRT we saw, especially during COVID. But I do think that a lot of other counties that I've seen and spoken to, they kind of have to live within their assessed value every year within their general fund. And we're blessed because we're at 5.2%, but there's a lot of counties that are, 3.5 or yeah. And so that's all that they can kind of live within.
And we're at 5.2% now.
5.2.
That's no guarantee that that will continue. I mean,
Mhm.
there are, I've talked to a number of realtors in the last year who say, this has been the it town of the Western United States for a long time, but with the way that property values have increased in the last few years, people are going to be looking to other places if they want a beautiful mountain town setting to retire in or to conduct their virtual work from. So I don't think that we're going to drop from 5.2 dramatically between this year and next year, but that's out there in our future. And I mean, I don't think we can assume that we'll have those rates of growth in our assessed property tax base forever.
Well, in general, the bounds in which you can build are not expanding as fast as you're filling in internally, and that's going to end up dropping significantly as well. Yeah, it's I currently live in a place that's almost completely built out. So as I'm fond of saying, and as you'll probably hear on Thursday, if you don't like 5.2, try 3.5.
Well, you also have Caldera Springs right next door. So I mean, it's
not my tax base.
It's not
Different
your
than-
tax.
Yeah, it's our tax base, but
Right.
so we get that.
Yeah. So you've experienced living within the 3.5.
Yeah.
In the short term, we are looking at the 5.2% assessed value growth, as Dan mentioned. The long-term forecast that Dan has used has a lower rate. It does not assume 5.2 in the out year. So we are more conservative in the long-term forecast versus this next year's budget.
Mhm. And obviously the other half of it, besides kind of the 5.2% assessed value, is still the expenditures. Like we're saying, other counties have to live within that 4%, 3.5, 5.2. And currently, I think if you looked at our general fund memo, I remember off the top of my head, but I believe we've been growing at 10% over the last few years. And so that's why we're continue to eat into that margin of excess general fund. All right, so general fund forecast continued. We believe this forecast could be optimistic. There's no special requests included. You'll see that there's, I believe, a few $100,000 in special requests this year in the general fund. And of course, there'll be special requests in future years too that rely on general fund. And we have not included any of those in the forecast. Service levels are remaining constant in future years. Our assumptions are 7%. But really, we haven't really been able to stay within that 7% assumption as a whole for the general fund. And given where the CPI came out in April, just recently, we could be looking at, I think right now we're trending at like 3.6 for a COLA, which is still relatively high. And also, as we started getting back the long-term forecast from departments, which you'll see departments have indicated, actually almost every department has indicated they may need more funding than that forecasted 7% to balance in the future years. And so those are a number of reasons. Also, it does not include the fiscal impacts of the salary study, which if those come back even at 5% increase just for, just impacting the general fund could be, a large sum of money, $700,000, $800,000 million. The Housing Trust Fund, which we had a meeting about recently and will be coming back on the 29th of this month. New courthouse operating expenditures are not included in there. Fiscal impacts of ranked choice voting, should that pass. And of course, if we were to expand the board, there'd be some operating costs there as well. Just increased FTE and whatnot. So for those reasons, we think that the forecast is optimistic. And although it's showing fiscal year 27, we'd be prepared for potentially even fiscal year 26. And so this graph just looks at the surplus per year. General funds that are available at the end of the year represent revenue over expenditures. They're typically transferred to the general reserve or the capital reserve, Fund 060. We historically have used these for capital maintenance and projects. And as you can see, it's just been decreasing steadily, and it's projected to decline rapidly due to just the cost of these services right now. And currently, as we've said, it's forecasted to be depleted by FY27. That's when we're seeing the expenditure curve surpass the revenue curve within the general fund.
Do you have a feel for the previous 10 years on that? I mean, was it working at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it coming down, or
I think it's all.
I haven't looked at it like that. Obviously, I've been here this whole time, but
Yeah, I can go back to 2017, back in Munis. Otherwise, we'd have to go into HDE and
just a rule of thumb. I mean, was it
Yes.
always around 5, 6, 7 or something like that?
always that or higher,
Yeah.
as far as I understand. Mhm. Mhm.
I just want to pause here again for a moment as we talk about reserves and the use of funds. And it's just reiterating what Dan has said, but you can see the stair step down on these funds. So the excess general fund is what we use to fund our capital, right? One of the methods aside from TRT, the other lever is discretionary TRT. When there's an excess there, it comes into the capital. So just this week, the board did approve repairs to the CDD building, which, the contract for that, you talked about that. Now that, as Dan mentioned, 070 funds that 3 cents of the tax. However, it doesn't fully fund it. So the general fund, the reserve from 060, it needs to pay for it. So when we run out of funds here, that also runs out of funds for capital projects. And it's not just new things, right? It's
Right.
also the repairs and maintenance for what we go on. So we need to really be mindful of what we commit out of the excess, whether it's from excess general fund or whether it's excess TRT. We're still going to need to fund capital and repairs and maintenance from some mechanism. And if we fully allocate all those reserves, well, then where does the money for capital repairs and maintenance and new projects come from? So I just want to lay that out again. Emphasize that.
Well, it kind of reminds me, you just talked about the guardrail scenario, and I was saying the path is narrowed right now. It just is. It's just a narrow path, and the path was bigger when you have $5 and $7 million. Like, well, how do we want to invest this, or where do we want to put it? What buildings we're going to upgrade this year? And it just changed on us.
And then that's, where part of the discussion of reprioritization of services or even core services versus capital may come up in this budget year or in the future budget years. General fund operations forecast. So this kind of combines everything together, goes out to FY37. This is projecting that in fiscal year 27, we'd have an operational deficit expenditure growth surpassing revenue by 750,000 in 27. By 29, that unfunded number would be around 5.6. And then that gray bar down there is the general fund balance, and it needs to be at the contingency or cash flow policy minimum. And you can see in FY27, operations would outpace the general fund revenue, and we wouldn't be able to hold the funds to pay the bills and things like that prior to tax season with contingency and cash flow. So that's obviously a situation that we really can't find ourselves in. And so that's why we're having these conversations.
And that's foundational to a credit rating, knowing that we do have a fiscal policy and a goal. And if we can stay close to that goal at all times, over time, it's going to be wonderful for the credit policy. But the path is narrowed again.
Oh, yeah, and we can't wait till 27
Yeah.
to yank the wheel. We're heading for the gravel trap right now.
Yeah, and I would just speak to that too. The longer that you wait to make some kind of movement or look for a solution on this, then the larger the gap becomes, right? So if you can narrow it kind of year by year, then there might not be as large of an effect like a cliff drop off in future years. So current challenges and future initiatives, we've kind of been over some of these here. It fails to pay, the general fund fails to pay for operations in 27 at this point. Long-term funding and flexibility, space for some departments is stretched to capacity. Again, in our capital reserve forecast, we only have the DA and a placeholder for the clerks, but there's a lot of other places that have space needs, whether it's public safety campus, Fair and Expo. I heard things from IT. So it's just good to remember those. Future initiatives, we're going to continue to advance the long-term forecast and provide fiscal decision-making tools for this board and for this budget committee. And in fiscal year 26, we'll prepare or in fiscal year 25, we'll prepare an estimated general fund budget in the fall of next year to begin analyzing departmental growth capacity for fiscal year 26 to see what's actually feasible in that budget. And that can be used as a tool both for this committee and of course the budget officer. And so general fund next steps, we talked about this on April 29th, but evaluate several fiscal options, whether it's in this year or in future years, reducing or flat growth budgeting, decrease or elimination of transfers for capital needs, reprioritizing services, decreasing or removing the environmental health fee subsidy, ARPA dollars being used to reimburse eligible general fund expenditures. We don't have that much ARPA left at this point, but the remaining funds. And then, of course, any combination and likely any combination of these options. Prudent financial planning and forecasting has placed the county in a strong position to plan for the current and next fiscal year as we continue providing core services to the community. And
I really think that word strong is way overstated,
stable, maybe.
We're okay, but you need to be thinking ahead.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I don't believe, thank goodness we're not in a deficit now, but we clearly have to do a lot of things now in order to, when we hit 27, we're not saying, oh gosh, how did this happen? What should we have done 2 years ago? Remember, we're not supposed to look back, but to me, it's the perfect time to look ahead.
Right. Okay, so last up, and the DA can speak to these more, but just so everyone's aware, we will have some general fund operational budget decisions. They're really special requests this year. The district attorney's office is requesting approximately $224,000 for deputy DA. That is not included in the proposed budget. The district attorney's office is requesting $24,000 for Axon Enterprise software as well. And adult parole and probation is requesting $100,000 for motel rooms for individuals on supervision. And those are the three general fund special requests that you will see that are not included in the budget currently, and just wanted to flag those for you guys. In the DA and adult parole and probation DB, they'll be great people to talk to about the importance of those requests.
And the deputy district attorney, is that really to replace Steve since he was elected? That position was never filled, was it not?
I think he's just filled that position.
He did fill it?
Yeah, that headcount existed.
It's in the supplemental materials. I thought it was about 8 and 6, maybe.
And I think this is the third deputy district attorney recommended by the PCE recommendations a few years ago.
Okay, from like 4 years ago?
We should talk to District Attorney Gummer, but I believe the position that he previously held is still being held vacant. But he would definitely be the person to confirm that with.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
But this position, I don't think is that position, is the one that he held vacant.
Correct.
Okay, he's still holding it
is
vacant because
doing-
he's doing his job and that job.
Yes.
I'm sure he is. Yes, yes,
He's that kind of guy.
he is. He was born in Redmond. He was
Yeah.
lived here.
Actually, in a special, under the special request section, Steve Gunnels has outlined a memo of his special requests, and the justification for those special requests. So, that's about page number 5 in your
Mhm.
special request packet.
Right, any additional questions on general fund? And then how far, I mean, because I know we're in the 10:30 to 12 section on the agenda. How far in have you gotten, do you think?
About halfway.
About halfway. Okay. Why don't we take then say a 10 or 15 minute break. Let's reconvene. Well, I guess it's quarter of. Let's reconvene at 11, and that should give you plenty of time to it gives you 70 minutes to finish before lunch.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, we will reconvene and keep moving forward. I will turn it back over to Budget Manager Emerson to move to the next fund.
Okay, we'll move forward with transient room tax, our second largest discretionary fund here. And let's go through a little overview of TRT and how we come up with our TRT revenues here in the county. Transient room tax, or TRT, is predominantly funds tourism promotion facilities and the provision of general government services. Transient room tax is highly variable and difficult to forecast. It's broken up into 3 different taxes. There's the first 6%, which is 80% unallocated. It has been used to support internal operations. And by and large, that's what we use to support the sheriff's office. That is what we use to support the sheriff's office, environmental health, justice court. It's also been used to support Sun River, Mount Bachelor, Deschutes Trails Coalition for various projects in the past. And then 20% of that is also allocated to tourism promotion through Visit Central Oregon, and that's within their contract. And then we went out for another 1%, and that is fully allocated to Visit Central Oregon for the marketing of the area. And then there's the newest 1%, which 70% of it is allocated to the Fair and Expo for marketing and tourism purposes, and 30% of it is unallocated. It has been historically used for every year to support the Fair and Expo capital maintenance requirements.
I was going to say that extra 30% generally goes to their reserves effectively.
Exactly. It is unallocated. It can be moved, but it has gone to their reserves every year.
And that's been going on for what, 10, 12 years now?
Says
Yeah.
14.
14.
And I know, Jeff can speak to it, but it's not enough to fund their capital
Right.
maintenance and capital expansion.
So that extra 1% is basically as old as Dan's tenure here. That's good.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same time.
At a certain point, I think it was you and Greg Mott provided like a snapshot of other counties in the state and
Right.
the rates that they're charging. And at that time, it seemed like, our 8% was definitely not the highest in the state. Maybe in the middle to low middle. And I know that, you dial up that rate, it doesn't, it'll be
30% discretionary, right?
30% discretion. But we're also, I am hearing, from cities and other local governments who are interested in pushing the legislature to have a little bit more flexibility. So this may be another legislative thing to flag, but also I think it's worth us thinking about that combination of things. If there could be some more discretion in new fund, in additional increments of TRT, would we want to consider increasing our rate to be more in line with other counties?
And Commissioner Check, if you can just bring the microphone up, somebody just shared with me they were having a hard time.
Sorry.
In response to the question really was surrounding, have we surveyed other counties recently and what rates are other counties charging? And specifically the answer is, although it wasn't a direct question, but is we haven't done a recent survey, but I do know like some counties are as high as 12% now. Also in other counties, it can be a countywide tax, not just an unincorporated area. So I think there is a larger discussion as well that can be had. It's not just, for example, Lane County, it's a countywide tax. It's not just on properties in the unincorporated areas. So in those cases, a user would pay the state tax, the county tax, and the city tax is how that occurs. So, which is common as well. But we could do a survey, off budget season when we start talking about if that's an interest, of the board or budget committee going forward.
Can I just ask for TRT within cities? Is it are the funds still coming through our tax office and then going to the cities right now?
No.
Oh, there.
No, we collect the county tax. The city's tax. Either the city can either collect them themselves or some go through the state now. They're offering a program.
There would be, that would be an administratively different thing to charge a countywide PRT.
And you need to be careful to be careful what you ask for. A lot of the TRT is very specifically allocated, and that ends up being some of the issues more than anything else. It's we've legislatively said, okay, here's where we're going to put the TRT. Good or bad, it's there for perpetuity. So it's probably easier to get it through by doing something like that, but you have to look that 5 to 10 years down the road to determine whether that was really the right idea.
I mean, I would want to see that flexibility from the legislature. That, we could fund public safety services, we could fund infrastructure, things like that.
Yeah, certainly if there was more flexibility within our discretionary pot, if it was increased from 30 to 45 or 50, that'd be great for funding core services. So. All right, moving on to the transient room tax forecast. So we're assuming a 2% revenue growth after, talking with the board. We felt like certainly in these times, our transient room tax revenue estimation was a little aggressive at 2.5%. So we bumped it down to 2%. And it's kind of a variable expenditure growth by department, typically around 2.5%. And then also some of the fees, though, environmental health fees, we have growing at closer to 5%, things of those nature. The forecast anticipates about $1 million per year in unallocated TRT surplus being transferred to the capital reserve 060 annually. And so right now, when we get down to our capital reserve forecast later and you see the funds coming in, the vast majority of those funds, 90+% in the future years, are coming from TRT. So it's important to remember that any kind of special request would effectively reduce the amount of money that we have for future years capital. We have $30 million in debt service payments for the courthouse expansion, and those are projected to be funded through TRT dollars too. The county's first priority is to pay the debt service. So if our transient room tax dollars went down for some reason or went back to pre-pandemic levels, we would need to make reductions in our transient room tax expenditures in order to cover the $1.5 million approximately in debt service for the courthouse coming out of this transient room tax.
The courthouse debt, is that renegotiable after 10 years or something? Is that standard for bonding?
It's callable after 10
Callable.
years. We could refund it at that time. And we could do potentially a refunding at that time if we want to continue, or we could pay off the rest after 10 years.
Yeah, so callable is different than refund. I was just using some terms so we could renegotiate whatever it is. Yeah, so these are just standard assumptions because we've been in that spot where interest rates are lower and you can, save a little bit on reoccurring costs. It'll be interesting to see what 10 years from now what it looks like.
Speaking of legislatively as well, this is more at the federal level. One thing they're also considering is allowing once again advance refunding. So in advance of that 10-year period, we used to be able to do that, but that was taken away at one time when they readjusted the taxes. That's another area that if that was re-implemented, if rates were lower, right now rates are too high to consider that. I don't see it in the foreseeable future, but advance refunding was another tool that the governments used to use to lower their debt service costs as well.
So it's just, those will be variables in the future, but these are standard assumptions for 20 years. Yep.
Based on our actual debt service requirements.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in general, you predict we are at least budgeting for TRT to be down this year, correct, in the budget?
12.1 million, as opposed to we budgeted, I believe, 12.6 million last year. And last couple of years, we've just over budgeted the transient room tax kind of after we saw that peak of COVID. For whatever reason, it's just been going down about 2 to 3% per year since then.
Well, I mean, the good news is if I recall what's been sent out in the last month, we at least started to see some recovery for this year. So we have some hopes to be flat to what we were guessing for this year. They might be faint hopes, but at least we're getting there.
Right. We are still, we did see our first month of positive,
Right.
growth, but for the year, it is still down, in total year to date,
Down close to 2%, if I remember.
Mhm.
or probably closer to 3%.
3. Okay. I mean, so it's good that we're being more realistic in terms of the projections moving forward, and we can figure out where the curve's going to refit itself as we hit back to whatever normal is these days. I hate to think of this as normal, but it is. But to that point, TRT, do we, you know, as you look at your rules, is TRT realistically a way to say I have ongoing funding, you know, per some of your general policy rules?
I mean, I don't think TRT is a discretionary source of funding. If it grows at 2%, there probably won't be as much discretionary funding as we see here, $1 million. Because I mean, the assumptions for the forecast don't include any special requests. And every year someone brings a special request for transient room tax. The assumptions on the sheriff's office growth is less than the 3% that they're asking for right now. It does not include the sheriff's office $700,000 ask as well. Plus there's just a lot of pressures, external pressures on transient room tax, external asks, plus internal. And as we see internal costs grow by, you know, the general fund 10% or in the last 3 years, then frankly, the estimate of a 2% growth in justice court or some other places is probably not realistic. But to my earlier point, the transient room taxes is our discretionary funds that pays for our debt service. So if those lines match, then we have to make reductions somewhere in our internal funding so that we can continue to pay for the debt service on the courthouse. So no, I don't think that it's a very, it's also highly variable. So it's not a very stable funding source. And I want to make ongoing commitments with it because you have to assume that it increases.
But at least your confidence level is high that it will be able to maintain the debt service that we have to pay.
Well, it has to. I mean,
Part of the pie.
Right. Well, I mean, it's going to come out of somewhere else if it doesn't.
Exactly,
Is
yeah.
the problem.
right. Or you have to reduce exactly. It comes out of somewhere else so that you can make the payment.
Well, the come out or somewhere else, the only other option is the discretionary general.
General fund.
As you can see, we just saw the forecast for the general fund. That's why the number one priority out of the TRT fund will be to pay the debt service.
To that point, I mean, the budget committee can't set policy, and in fact, it would be unwise of us and from a budget standpoint to set policy, but the request back to the policy setters, you know, the county commission itself would be to ensure that you are holding costs as best as possible on any of these projects.
And I would just say, you know, when we're looking at transient room tax, in justice court and in the sheriff's office, that amount is used for them to budget and to balance their budget. And of course, even with the 3.6 million that we send out to TRT to the sheriff's office, their contingency levels are still, you know, below what we would have as a policy. And I've said this before, I think the only leverage point on the TRT expenditure side is the environmental health fees, which when you combine video lottery with TRT, we're subsidizing those by about $526,000 a year. So obviously it would be a substantial increase in environmental health fees to the community. But it would save us about $500,000 this year and in future years, potentially more. That's the only thing that I can see is a kind of a simple lever that doesn't revolve around personnel or reductions within operations in the transient room tax.
You're talking about environmental health, and that means our restaurants would have to pay more.
Right.
And actually, if you look at the numbers, I'm not sure if it's quite locally, but the trends are people are not eating out as much because of inflation. So that industry is already nationally highly impacted.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that you talk to restaurant owners here, you know, there's 1 million people at the restaurant on Saturday night, but are they there the rest of the time?
Right.
And they keep a lot of people employed.
Mm-hmm.
And those will be part of the conversations as we continue to see pressures on the general fund. We continue continue to see pressures on the TRT fund, there will be conversations that will be had about how do we prioritize services. One other thing I want to mention that's unique on the TRT fund is we do not keep a contingency within that fund. Every dollar that comes in the year, we spend out, we spend. The balancing factor in that between revenues and expenditures is how much we transfer out to capital projects. So once those lines cross in the TRT fund, it just also lowers the amount we have available for capital projects, as I mentioned earlier in general fund, and as Dan mentioned as well. That's where you see our two levers for capital funding, general fund and TRT. So maintaining an excess in here is vital as well for capital services.
To Commissioner Adair's point, I did ask Robert as well, is it common for other counties to subsidize, offset some of the restaurant inspection fees? And he confirmed that it is common for counties to subsidize, not fully, but at least a portion.
Well, they've had such a hard time. Remember COVID, they weren't open, they could only be open outside and, so they have had to be the most flexible, I believe.
And it's one of those services we certainly want to provide.
Well, we have to provide it because for our tourists, they want to come here, they want to have a beautiful experience, and they also want to eat out.
Public safety. Exactly.
Yes,
Health and safety.
safely.
Are there any questions on the transient room tax forecast or any other thoughts, comments?
I don't know if you were going to mention it, but as I mentioned in my opening remarks, and as we look at the projection for this year, for fiscal year 25, we're projecting the discretionary TRT capital reserve, the balance to be about $1 million, just about $21,000. And the sheriff's office has requested 809,553, if I recall correctly. And so if that were any of that's approved, or the full amount would reduce this year's balance to whatever the
100,000.
the number.
I say pretty much nothing.
Just so that's on the radar, and that's a decision that the budget committee will make this week, and I think the sheriff's office will discuss that this afternoon.
And that $1 million excess is prior to any capital transfer. So if reiterating, so if the sheriff's office motion was passed, then it would just reduce any amount going towards capital.
Mm-hmm.
Repairs and maintenance. Yeah.
And yeah, if the motions were approved for those, then there'd be, 800,000 less going to capital reserve. Plus, we have a couple things that probably aren't included in the general fund yet, and the housing trust fund potentially, and some other things. So that would also reduce the transfer to capital needs or capital reserve. So moving on, we'll talk about our 24-25 TRT fiscal issues. Inflation, of course, and increasing internal operational cost, external requests for funding with contracting resources. We have some revenue pressures. We're down 3% year over year. We hope that doesn't continue past fiscal year 25, but and that's not what we're forecasting. And so if that was to continue to occur as opposed to our 2% increase, we would need to make significant changes to the TRT, within the next year, likely. Long-term fiscal issues is TRT is highly variable. It's difficult to forecast whether there's a major pandemic-like event or inflation super high or smoke. All these things can change TRT by millions of dollars in the forecast. So, and the fund may not be able to support debt service as well as continuing to transfer remaining funds to the capital reserve. And so we're about to go to 060, the capital reserve, and you'll see that most of the transfers in for capital funding for the county, 90+% is going to be this remaining TRT. Okay. And there's nothing, once the general fund runs out, there's no more room for capital. So protecting the ability to do debt service, and if it's a priority to this board to be able to do capital transfers, means that we have to have some excess left over in TRT every year. And then, so folks are aware, there's the TRT operational budget decisions. The sheriff's office is requesting a one-time $700,000 increase in transient room tax in FY25 from 3.6 million effectively to 4.3 million to support contingency levels and begin saving for the implementation of the public safety campus master plan. And the sheriff's office, in addition, is requesting an ongoing flat 3% increase in discretionary TRT to fund services. And I will just caution the board that when or this committee that flat increases in TRT, which is variable, can have effects, because if the TRT goes down from 12.1 million, say, to 11.9 to 11.7, this commitment would still have the sheriff's office portion increasing by 3% while we're losing 300,000, or even if it remains flat at 12.1, you still are increasing. And because we only have $1 million left over in that amount of excess, that would kind of eat into it, and we would likely have to potentially reduce in other areas unless TRT grows at 3% or more, right? And so that would be the only thing I would say around the language of a flat increase.
I have a question on the second special request, but I'll actually wait till the sheriff's office to get it in.
Sounds good.
And then don't forget that Vacasa just announced 800 people were laid off. And the team I talked to here in Bend, they were like the highest, most efficient team of the state, and they were laid off. So just something to be aware of. Also, I believe the sheriff's office also is not doing their annual donation to the stabilization center either. How much, Dan, do you have that amount off the top of your head? Was it like 570,000 or something?
A little bit more than that,
620,000.
620.
Okay, and they're not doing that.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And they've deferred about, I mean, you'll see their budget, but they've deferred about $2 million in capital costs this year. They've effectively kept a flat budget through vacancy savings and deferring capital costs and the removal of the stabilization center in this fiscal year.
And did the city of Bend say they were going to pick that up?
For the stabilization center?
Yeah.
Not
No,
that I'm aware.
I just wondered, because I think
I don't.
62% of them are from Bend.
Mhm.
You'll hear from health. They did receive 1.5 million from the state for the stabilization to help. It doesn't fully fund the gap this year, but they did receive partial funding.
Yeah, luck is a tactic, not a strategy.
And I don't know if we are in the right moment in the city of Bend's budgetary cycle to be discussing stabilization center or crisis services contribution, but in their last budget cycle, we can secure, I want to say 300 something thousand for crisis services from the city of Bend.
And they have a biennial budget, so they're not conducting their budget process this year. It'll be next year.
We will want to be on that. We will also want to Redmond and some other service districts who are interested in.
We offered.
Well, the other thing to think about,
Take you up on that, the year that we're trying to leverage funds from the other public safety.
Captain Schultz had said 2 months ago that 80% of the people in the jail had mental health issues or substance use disorder. Well, I believe about 2 weeks ago, he and two other people that work in the jail analyzed all people in the jail that day. It was in the range of 250 people. And it ended up that it was 92% of the people in the jail, because I had said that comment to the state AOC meeting, and other sheriffs and people acted like that was very unusual. Well, he actually went through person by person by person. So he gave me that number last Friday. That is so significant when you know what we are trying to do in the jail in order to help people with the mental health. You know, they have a huge mental health portion of employees that are in the jail. But it seems like, you know, maybe they even need more. I'm 92%.
We will hear from health services on Wednesday morning, so they'll be here, and obviously we can ask them a lot of their detailed questions as well.
So now we're going to move on to the capital reserve, and real quickly again, I'm just going to remind folks that the capital reserve is a conglomeration of kind of all the county's discretionary funds, discretionary TRT, discretionary general fund. Historically, it's been used for capital purposes. And so the excess general fund goes to the capital reserve. Excess transient room tax goes to the capital reserve as well. The capital reserve is Fund 060. It is the county's reserve and is funded by the remaining revenues after expenditures in general fund TRT. And as I said, it's an aggregation of the vast majority of the county's discretionary funds, and it represents our ability to maintain current service levels as well as capital needs. Probably the only other places where there's small slivers of discretionary funds would be, video lottery potentially, which is semi-discretionary, and perhaps the PERS reserve, but that's there for a reason. Right.
I could jump in. One other comment about the general fund that's unique here at Deschutes County. We don't actually keep a reserve within the general fund. So this reserve is actually in Fund 060. So all the discretionary fund, which is mostly used for capital, but it's only in Fund 060. There is no specifically general fund reserve in the general fund.
And just a tail on that, that's kind of what the policy was about earlier that was passed, was to make a general fund operating reserve. But given kind of the reductions in excess general fund, it was going to be difficult to find a way to fund that without cutting into capital. And there are some capital projects like the DA's expansion that are upcoming. So we haven't funded it at this moment. All right. So capital reserve budget details. So the county has a reserve balance of about 14.4 million, and recognize that depending on if things are added in general fund or special requests are approved in TRT, this number will decrease, right? Because those are the funds that are right now budgeted to go to the capital reserve. Should we pull them out, the beginning working balance will decrease. The FY25 general fund transfer to capital reserve is about 1.5 million less than projected. Prior year's TRT was FY23 budget decision to help pay for courthouse debt service. And at the historical expenditure rate, we don't expect the reserve to receive general fund potentially by fiscal year 27 at the current kind of expenditures. But this graph is good. It shows that there's $1 million kind of expected to be transferred into the TRT reserve. And as County Administrator Lelak spoke to, should we approve those two special requests, then there'd only be about 200,000 in that top yellow portion. We do have 2.6 million being transferred in from the general fund. And in prior years, we had 4.9 million of discretionary TRT and 5.3 million of general fund. So that is kind of the county's entire reserve there. And moving forward, we'll kind of look at our projected revenues and expenditures. The expenditures are in yellow and the revenues are in blue. You can see in FY26, we have a small general fund transfer. That blue bar is a small general fund transfer plus a little bit of transient room tax. That yellow bar is 4 million plus capital maintenance, 4 million for the DA's expansion plus capital maintenance. So we'll be eating into the fund balance that year. And then in 27 and 28, we have a placeholder for the clerk's expansion. That may not go forward, but it's a general 7 million kind of abstract concept of capital costs in 27 and 28. And you'll see in 27 and 28, that blue bar becomes significantly smaller. That's because we're forecasting there won't be any more general fund transfer in. So this blue bar, then this is what I'm talking about when it's 90+% TRT. This blue bar is only transient room tax. Then there's no other funds that are covering our capital cost. So that's why it's important to hold some TRT available, at least for capital maintenance every fiscal year. Are there any questions on this graph? Okay. Going forward, then, based on this graph, based on the graph we just saw with finances and expenditures, you'll see that the beginning, this is the fund balance. You'll see the fund balance is dropping significantly. If we did do a DA project as well as a clerk's project or a placeholder for that, and then we're only looking at having capital and maintenance expenditures going forward. And if TRT stays where it is at with the 2% assumption, then we would assume that the balance would grow a small amount, maybe about 8 million or so. Obviously not enough to fund public safety campus or the Fair and Expo, or even a building like North County or an IT movement or something like that. So this is what the county's kind of total discretionary funding would be in the future, whether that's used on core services or capital projects. This is what we're projecting right now.
So when we purchase a building like North Campus, it's directly out of this fund?
It was at the time,
Yeah,
correct?
So that's what we've done in the recent past.
Yeah, this fund was about 12
Not
million
just
or so.
maintenance and operations of buildings, but purchasing the next possible.
Exactly. And that's kind of what we're showing with the DA and with the clerk's office placeholders, that they would be purchased directly out of this fund in cash. Now, obviously, we could look at other debt financing options or something of that to see if it increases the balance of the capital reserve. I think the main point of this is that without having a general fund transfer anymore, we project that expenditures will be greater than this if we have an actual capital project. Plus, there may be a need to subsidize more core services if we want to remain at the core service level. And that is not being forecasted here, but that would also be, a transfer back out of this reserve to the general fund, to transient room tax to cover core services. So that's kind of where we are at this point. Any other questions?
So just so I'm clear, so this covers the capital piece, but it doesn't cover the general maintenance piece of the buildings, or does it?
It does cover the general maintenance. In fact, let me go back. And so this is a big assumption is we're only showing 3 years in here of basically capital construction expansion plus maintenance. Going forward, that yellow bar after FY28 is only the maintenance cost.
And that's based on projections, or that's based on a reserve study?
That's based on projections of looking back at how much maintenance typically costs us, plus the expansion of, courthouse and other services. It does not factor in about once every 5 years, we have kind of what we might call a cataclysmic event, like a roof issue that might cost $2 million. It doesn't factor in anything like that. But we do have like the next 5 years of maintenance schedule, and we've kind of projected that out. So.
I mean, it's precisely what you said is what concerns me on this. I think we're significantly undercalling some of the issues, and a black swan in your maintenance budget is not a way to make sure that you're efficiently running a county.
Right, you kind of have to pay for it if a roof or if there's some kind of leak or something, you have to fix that, right? I guess that's a concern here too, is that maybe we're under calling capital maintenance. It's also a concern that those blue bars are basically coming out of TRT and they don't show any special requests going forward that would lower those. It's a little bit of a flag to me that we have a 2% assumption increase. I mean, even if we held flat for a couple more years, that would have a significant dent. The biggest thing though, is this kind of shows that there's just not enough room to do another capital project.
Not the way it's currently being done.
Yeah, at this forecast level, if something changes, great. But as of right now, and as of where we've been the last couple of years, maybe looking at the cost of our operation services, it doesn't allow for a lot of capital maneuverability without going, certainly not from a full faith and credit bond standpoint, I guess. And another thing is these funds can also be used to transfer to core services, but there's not very much there for that too. So yeah, it's an important forecast because this really is the conglomeration of our discretionary.
And has there been any other considerations in terms of how this would be funded outside of general fund and TRT? I mean, you've got two dials that are rapidly winding down. Is the assumption we'll find some other way to fund capital projects and hope that this works for our long-term maintenance, without infusion? Or are you looking, or is the county looking at, from a policy standpoint, other ways to be able to fund activities like this?
Well, so I appreciate what that graph says. It says, we have a few projects, we have some money, we're probably going to buy it down here in the next couple of years, because then the reality is, if there are no opportunities there, or if the lay of the land doesn't change in the next fiscal year or two, then the reality of doing what the school district does, where we need to build a new building, and by the way, we're going to bond for a roof, sidewalk, and whatever else we need to bond for. We're setting the tone here this year for what we might have to look at 2 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, certainly there's general obligation bonds, if we have to get, which is a, kind of a standard way that counties and municipalities have to fund projects. So we have to go in that direction.
This sets a foundation for that, I guess.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking. This year sets a foundation for, if we're in that spot a couple of years from now, we could see it coming.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. In terms of other revenue sources, though, I mean, those are our discretionary revenue sources. There's maybe some PILT, but the vast majority goes to road. And the transient room tax, is supporting operations right now. So yeah.
Look what we just had to spend on the building, though. It was, I think, over 20 years old, over at CDD, what is it, over $500,000. And what did the sheriff have to spend on fixing their building? So yeah, it's, you know, there are things that seem to happen significantly that need to be budgeted for,
Mhm.
to be responsible.
Well, and then also in that graph where it does go flat for the next 10 years, you just go about 3 years out, put $2 million in there, and you know something's going to come.
Right.
So we know that this is just an assumption, a very simple assumption,
Mhm.
and there will be something that we'll have to come up with at some point.
I'm gonna go back to the capital reserve balance. So I think we've been over this, but like we said, it doesn't include any kind of external TRT commitments that would reduce revenue inflows. It does not include any significant increases in internal TRT expenditures or special requests above and beyond what's been kind of forecasted. Any questions on this balance one before I move to the next? All right. And just as a kind of a what if here, the capital reserve balance given different scenarios. So we do like to look at the balance and what happens if we do have annual special requests or additional expenditures. You'll see on the graph at the left-hand side, this is kind of what it looks like if we had a $500,000 or $750,000 annual contribution, and it could represent an external commitment. It could represent inflation and our operating expenditures increasing drastically. But you can see that we wouldn't really be able to fund the beginning fund balance would drop drastically. So a long ways out from those, but those are just projections. So folks can know kind of if we had an ongoing commitment again, how it would affect our capital levels. The graph on the right-hand side speaks to what I was talking about with if core services needed an operational subsidy. Specifically, this is if the general fund got to a point where it was about to eat into contingency and we decided to prop that contingency or to prop the department with a transfer back from discretionary funds in the capital reserve into the general fund. And based on our general fund forecasts, we'd only be able to fully do that for about 1.5 years before the balance would drop to zero. And that's because, you know, the first year it might be an $800,000 hit in the general fund in fiscal year 27. By the next year, it's a few million. So
I mean, the comment is that from a structurally balanced budget, this is one of your biggest red flags. It's this in and of itself, at least the news that you're delivering here says that right now our trajectory is not to go to a structurally balanced budget because we don't have the ability to, as a county, to be able to fund the ongoing maintenance, even with the assumptions that we're creating, and therefore you will be drawing from the general fund. You can say, I'm not going to do a general contribution, but there is no other discretionary funding source that is a dial you can turn.
correct. Right. We don't anticipate that unless there was significantly more revenue or some kind of expenditure reductions that the general fund would, continue losing that excess year over year. Right. And we don't anticipate that you'd be able to fund it with this reserve really, or any others long term,
I think one of the keys to this, though, is that what this isn't showing, for example, is the Behavioral Health Reserve Fund that Health Services is intending to allocate toward additional space needs in various places, correct? So
Right.
some funds do have capital
Sure.
reserve funds. So this isn't all the funds for the entire county, every building, et cetera. So community development has created a
Mhm.
small reserve fund. Solid waste, of course, is
Fee-driven.
going to be funding the solid waste
Right.
management facility, of course, through fees and Barron Expo. I mean, in any event, so this is
Mhm.
really, really important and critical. But the good news is that we do have some departments that do have some other funds set aside for some of their specific space needs. Is that?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the county is just because the general fund is declining doesn't mean that all reserves are declining. Behavioral health is doing has funds, and I think they'll speak to how they plan on using some of those reserve funds for capital. Solid waste is able to leverage fees. I think our next two projects, the DAs and the clerks, though, are within the general fund themselves. The IT department has made some comments before. They would not be able to fund their ISF, and of course, the public safety campus is just too large to be able to fund. And I think the Fair and Expo, you'll look at their forecast this year too, and you'll see that it would be very difficult for them to fund large portions of their capital. But Yeah, but that's a great point, that just because our discretionary funds are reducing doesn't mean that some departments aren't really doing well fiscally and can afford to pay for their own capital if needed.
Well, that's effectively, I mean, I'll say that's effectively another form of ISF though. It's if you want to grow facility wise, we might not be able to fund it through general county mechanisms. And so, you're on your own, my friend. And that's good if you have the opportunity. As you said, there are some organizations like the DA that are dependent on general funds, so they don't really have the ability to build their own reserve. If they tried to, you'd take it back and you'd put it back in the general fund and be happy about it. So that creates an imbalance inside of what the organizations have the bandwidth to do. And you're also setting up multiple processes for various places to follow. Maybe that's fine as long as you're very clear and you have a bright line. Here I fund, here I don't fund, and you're going to have to go drive that. But I would encourage that message to be very consistent going across, so that any department can look and say, I either have to do it on my own or I have to depend. In this case, I wouldn't make it a guardrail. I'd make it a bright line.
Yeah, Chair, that's a really, really good point. And you're exactly right that there is an imbalance. This year, in our budget prep that I mentioned at the start, the kind of the fourth point I made about some of the tough budget decisions we've already made was not bringing everything forward. Well, our information technology department, they haven't changed their space. I mean, it's as dated as it can be, 20 plus years. And they had set aside, I think about $300,000, but to keep their ISFs low, given that we had a new cost for Microsoft licensing, they allocated that money to the Microsoft licensing for the benefit of the county to keep the ISFs low, but then that comes at the cost of their capital fund. So you're right. You're exactly right. There's an imbalance and something we need to be aware of. Yeah.
All right. Moving forward, we can talk about the general reserve fiscal issues. It's the same as the TRT and to some degree the general fund, to some degree the TRT. It's high inflation. The capital and maintenance needs will continue. Capital expansion needs will continue for the county in some areas. We are seeing revenue pressures on both the TRT and the general fund, which is decreasing the overall transfer into this fund. So, long-term fiscal issues is we wouldn't receive any general fund by fiscal year 27, and it doesn't really allow for a major capital project funded outside of one of those departments that Nick was talking about after fiscal year 28. And when we look at it, we think the balance is too low to fund any new operations or subsidize the general fund, at least for the long term. And so this is kind of the end of, I have a couple more for the PERS reserve and ARPA, but this is kind of the end of the general fund, TRT, general reserve section. I know that's kind of a big discussion point this budget season. So if there's any other comments or questions for.
I think you're being overly rosy on this. There's no room for a major capital project now beyond, in some cases, even with what the county is already doing. You're risking the structural balance by assuming that you actually have, as Commissioner Chang said earlier, you can't assume that the way it used to work is the way that it works now. And as a matter of fact, I think that's what's putting the stress on the general fund. You can't go back and change history. I mean, you've already made the decisions that you are. That's a sunk cost to sunk cost. But I think we need to be very creative going forward in terms of not only funding not only funding new capital, but maintaining the existing capital that exists. I think it's broken.
Yeah. And I mean, it's quite likely that we are, as I spoke to in the general fund. I mean, if you think about the capital reserve, it's a function of TRT revenue and general fund revenue. And as I spoke to in both of those forecasts, I may be being overly optimistic, overly rosy.
We're not used to that out of you. So, I mean, it's a little surprising.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like one specific facilities capital maintenance consideration. When will the debt service for this building be paid off?
32.
Yeah. And then we'll get an increase in 800,000 approximately per year, which we have in the general fund forecast right now.
It's already in the forecast.
It's in the forecast, but since the forecast is showing a structural imbalance, right? And by the time you're out in fiscal year 32, it's millions of dollars. The 800,000 wouldn't show. And realistically, we're not going to be able to do that. We'll have to balance the budget. And so that will be an influx of 800,000 at some point in time.
I mean, that's nice. You don't have 8 years to wait for it.
Yes.
We do hope part of the
28.
messaging that Dan spoke to through all these fiscal entities is, and we're hoping that you picked up on the fact that when there is excess over operating revenues over expenditures, we still don't want to spend or allocate every single dollar, whether from the general fund or TRT, because that is the amount that we transfer over to capital, right? So when we're making decisions, that's just what to be mindful of. It's like, if there shows an excess, that excess is what gets transferred over. So it's when we make those decisions, and that's the impact on what will be coming forward on how does it impact capital projects? How does it impact services? So that's why we want to make sure we presented that information as well, which isn't overly rosy. It's kind of, it's a reality of the trade-offs that we may be making this fiscal year and in years to come as well.
And there's a chain effect here, you know, when the general fund, the operating cost of the general fund, when that becomes too great for the general fund revenues to bear, you know, then there's no transfer to the capital reserve. So the capital reserve balance becomes much lower, but we still have those capital maintenance expenditures. And that's why our TRT is so important, because that's kind of the last fund that we can use to fund some capital if we want to make that a priority. Otherwise, you are talking about reprioritization of services or other things to figure out ways to balance your budget, right? So. All right. Moving on to the PERS Reserve, Fund 135 overview. The reserve is made up of available resources from previous years, charges to county operating funds and departments for partial payment of future PERS charges resulting from increases in the PERS rates. PERS rates increased in fiscal year 24. That was the first year of the biennial cycle. We've increased the rates, had a $1.75 million impact on fiscal year 24. The PERS reserve is healthy and has approximately $5 million for future pay down. And you can look and see here at this graph at the bottom, you can see the kind of the FY23 rates and their increase from the FY21 rates. And we're kind of hoping to see those again. But there will be, if you think about the impact of 1.75 million in 24, even if it's a similar increase, you know, we'll probably see a $2 million increase at least countywide in PERS. And it can obviously be substantially higher depending on how the market does and how much is funded and what those PERS rate comes back at. Okay.
And and I realize that this is built because it's nearly impossible to get projections on what's going to happen with PERS. But are you modeling anything that would risk this fund long term?
The PERS rates that I've seen wouldn't risk this fund long term. I think they'd be absorbed in the personnel services budget probably at this point. I mean, unless you've seen any rates that have come through that are much larger than anticipated, what I've seen has been pretty level.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on what happens at the state PERS board meeting and looking at future rates. And so that's really where we'll see again, once we get the new forecasts out, the latest, we'll look at those numbers. And they do have a PERS forecasting tool specifically on their website that helps employers. Again, our saving grace is that we have that side account that can help offset some of these. So if our earnings are high in that side account, it'll help keep our rates lower. And that's what we're hoping for. Again, we are planning as well, but a lot of it, we just have to wait and see where the year ends before we know for sure.
And that's at 16.25 whatever million that we actually donated and got a 25% match for, right? Is that the side account that you're talking about?
Is that the amount?
I thought we did 13 million and then it was a 25% match. So I just did it on my little calculator. And
I think
yes, am I right? Yes. Thank you.
Not donated, but we
actually made the 13 million, but the state matched it 25%. And so hopefully that's earning like 5%, maybe.
It could be more. Actually, I'm not sure of the current rate.
What's the LGAC at right now?
What's that?
What's the LGAC at right now?
5.2%.
5.2, okay.
And then we're going to move on to the American Rescue Plan Act, and we have some videos to show. So
Videos.
we're going to end this on a high note.
Yeah. We do have
It's like when the movie
videos.
projector comes into your high
Yeah.
school. class.
Where is the popcorn?
Three videos prepared featuring commissioner in each one, and we're going to start with one video first for right before Dan presents.
Where do I watch it?
So we'll go ahead and start with the first video.
Neighbor Impact came in with the need for the next warehouse for the Oregon Food Bank's food distribution here in Central Oregon. So I was excited. I was a previous board member at Neighbor Impact. I knew the way the region works, you know, from Portland to Central Oregon to other places, Redmond's Neighbor Impact facilities, the places. So now we're going to be able to build that next big facility for the food bank, get food coming and going out of Central Oregon.
We are typically resourcing and distributing about 4 million pounds of food a year.
We do rely on government funding to support our programs, and that is an essential piece of it.
We did present to all three county commissioners, and there was a lot of conversation about why this was needed, and what the plan looked like, what sustainability was.
So food's foundational, you know, everything's a need, especially, you know, bad weather, you want to stay warm and you want to stay cool, you need water, but food is one of those basic necessities. And, you know, when you get, you know, if you don't have food, you get pretty desperate pretty quick.
As I was talking to, you know, Commissioner DeBonne and Commissioner Tang, that we were not going to see a relief anytime soon. And we have a team of really hardworking, passionate folks that are working in a really inadequate space. And most importantly, we weren't able to receive as much food as we knew we could because our capacity was so small.
A new warehouse for us means more food that we can bring in, better quality food. It means that we can go to more places and ultimately just serve even more people in the community that can really use this food.
This is the bulk of the food that we get from places, and they need space because we need food. Right now, we're serving 125 families a month in 2 distributions, and this is our primary source of food.
All the funds have been raised to build this new warehouse. So at this point, we are just on build mode.
But I do know for a fact, yeah, that food warehouse, as I say, they're sending trucks out every day to the different food bank areas, and there's people at the counter that are very appreciative of a food box, some fresh food and meat. Yeah, it matters to people.
Now that the large epidemic of COVID has settled, we're still seeing 1 in 5 Central Oregonians that are food insecure. When we receive that money, yes, I may have walked out in the hallway and been like, oh my gosh, it's gonna happen way sooner than we ever anticipated, because it is very hard to raise $5 million as a nonprofit with individual donations and fundraisers. When we received the money and we knew that this was the largest hurdle in order to raise the rest of the funding, it was really a dream come true. And then this, you know, just the dreaming of think of all the things we're going to be able to do with this. And we still talk about that regularly. When we broke ground over here, I just kept taking photos and saying like, oh my gosh, this is actually happening now. Like, this is actually going to be a thing. So we're just, I think every once in a while, one of us will walk over there and just say like, this is actually happening. This is going to be amazing. We're going to be able to do so much extra good work.
Well, people are incredibly grateful. We have people that just break down and, not all the time, but there is a serious need in these communities. I mean, there's a lot of people that are really hurting.
This ARPA funding is truly a huge portion of what we had to raise for this new warehouse. Without it, this project would absolutely be more years in the process, further down the road, we'd be in a lot worse spot. And that ultimately just only affects the clients that we're trying to serve.
Next.
Didn't that project come back to us and they wanted another like 2.4 million or something because they were way over budget? And I believe we only,
50,000, I think.
yeah, anyway.
ARPA dollars
That's why
allowed
it's so
us
cheap.
to continue
Actually has watched their costs.
our sustainable and affordable housing program here in South County.
The ARPA funding that the county received from the federal government was very flexible in nature. So it was pretty wide open for us what we could expend the funds on.
In order for us to continue our program, we have to make it sustainable for everyone. And so the ARPA dollars that we received help us, to kind of offset those like outstanding, construction costs.
You just moved here.
I did. Yeah, we moved in November. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-story townhome. I have a beautiful backyard, which I'm so excited about.
The almost $8 million that the county has invested has leveraged many million more dollars, and together those funds are bringing online hundreds of units of affordable housing.
It's amazing. It's such a relief off, your shoulders, and knowing that your money is being invested and instead of, wasted on rent. It's very satisfying feeling.
Some of these affordable home ownership opportunities, you're taking a person who was, paying in some cases, close to half of what they were earning every month. And turning around and putting that into a rental.
This home means so much to us because 6 years ago, I was in active addiction. I was homeless with my kids. We moved into sober living and we really made that change where we wanted a better life, and going from that to owning my own home in 5 years, it's amazing. Like, I can't even tell you what a blessing it is. We're just so grateful.
It means everything to how successful that family's children are going to be.
It was actually so overwhelming. I didn't even have any words. I couldn't, they wanted us to get up and speak, and I didn't know what to say. And I'm still kind of a little speechless. Like, it's hard to explain the emotions into words. The housing need is it's huge down here. We have to get people into homes and into affordable homes.
We have a shortage of housing and a shortage of workforce housing and affordable housing across the nation. It is especially acute here in this community because this is a place where lots of people want to live.
I would still be out, renting in the trailer park. That's where we came from, was the trailer park, just like so many other families are. The cost of living right now is absolutely outrageous. You know how many single moms are out there, struggling to make it day by day, like there's little things like food stamps and stuff that help them out, but it's not enough for us to be here and to have, the support from organizations and from the ARPA dollars. We're able to continue that, that helping people get into homes. It's something that I never thought would happen. Never in my wildest dream.
I don't think this program would have gotten off the ground if it weren't for the county's ARPA investment. It would have been
short-lived.
A lot of the safe parking people that I've talked to, they're, they just need a little help, and I'm so glad that we can provide that for them.
I think the ARP investment was the first thing that really allowed us to add a couple of professional staff members to expand the work we're doing. At the same time, we were able to go and recruit some additional sites. I think it was a sign of support to the public that this is a program worth investing in, that this is good for our community.
Rick Russell's program is unbelievably successful, amazing. He has got a great team of people. They do such good work.
7 locations, 29 parking spots, serve every night about 50 people. I know in 2023, we served 96 individuals and we saw 30 of them move on to a positive destination. 18 of those to permanent housing and another 12 to something like a rehab facility, a family property, or some other kind of transitional housing.
It started with missing a few months of rent. Then I ended up out off of 17th in a fifth wheel that I purchased because it's all I could afford. They came and got me and my fifth wheel and my wife and moved us into the church here.
They were in a hard spot and they were homeless. He was unemployed. He was active in addiction.
And I really believe that the program is the reason that I'm sober to this day. Is they gave me that time to get here. Case management kind of talked me into, what way I could go.
The best person to work with someone who's homeless is someone who's been there themselves. And we were shocked when his resume showed up. We had no idea that he'd gotten the certification.
Within a week, I believe they gave me a call, had me come in and do a interview, ran the background and the other things that they do, hired me on this last Monday.
It just kind of blew us away that he had been living at one of our locations and had really turned his life around.
We've had some incredible success stories. So this is a great thing when somebody says, oh gosh, thank you so much.
We see the full spectrum of our community. So older individuals, young families. This is a family site where I'm at right now where we have, I think 15, 16 kids at the moment here.
When we first met, I said, oh, please get kid families into your program first.
It's working well. And there are people who were on the streets a year ago who are in housing today. There are people who were unemployed a year ago who are working and have paychecks and are paying their own rent today. There are families who did not have their children with them a year ago, and their children are celebrating holidays with them in their own home today.
If it weren't for safe parking in that couple months where I could actually stop and work, stop stressing about everything getting taken that I had and work on myself, I would still be using and running the streets. I guarantee it, or dead.
The best thing for me and our whole team is when someone is really close to housing or they make that move into housing and you see the way that people carry themselves differently. I mean, there's just a lightness to them. They almost physically look like a different person. And to see that joy of something they thought was impossible is now right in front of them is the coolest reward for what we do.
So we want to thank the commissioners for allocating the ARPA dollars into investing into the community. And also we want to thank Eric Briand for putting together this video series featuring these projects and really just showing a sample of how the full ARPA investments were allocated throughout the community. And again, thank you to each commissioners for appearing in those videos. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you. So just to go over some of the investments that were made with the American Rescue Plan Act, pretty significant. We have allocated all of the $38.4 million at this point in time. And I'm just going to go over some of those allocations right now. There was a little bit more than about $9.5 million allocated to homelessness in the community. A little less than 8 million allocated towards affordable housing. Over 5 million for public health and COVID response, most of which went to health services. And then over 5 million for childcare, over 4 million or around 4 million for food assistance, And then, of course, around 3 million for infrastructure, water, sewer, broadband. We did several broadband projects, several water, Deschutes River conservancy projects. And then, of course, giving back to small businesses in the amount of 2.5 million, I believe, that were affected by COVID, 2.6 million. So a lot of great work in the community, that these $38.4 million funds, and I know it's touched a lot of people's lives, and I just really appreciate all the work that this board put into allocating these funds.
And now we have the inflation to prove it. And the debt is going up $1 trillion every 3 months. I believe we're at 34.5 trillion. So government cannot print money and give it out without consequences. And truly, everyone is now living it. So, you look at all this and you think, wow, the inflation, haven't had inflation like this in a long time.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Isn't that a downer or what?
Yeah.
No, I mean, we did all these great things, and yet the inflation, oh my gosh, $1 trillion every 3 months. It's just like, as I was calculating, I said, okay, the debt is going to be 38 trillion. And somebody said, oh no, Patty, it'll be closer to 40 trillion by next year. I was off.
A lot of great things for the community, but certainly inflation is an impact that everyone's facing, including ourselves at this point in time.
Yeah.
And that is really it for the fiscal entities. Gone over the general fund, TRT, capital reserve, PERS, and ARPA. Are there any questions or any larger discussions that folks would like to have?
Well, from the perspective of the county did a good job in terms of distributing the funds that it had. There's no funds anymore. Need to be careful in terms of, even that quick discussion that you had in between the videos. Okay, we managed to get the funding and we managed to bootstrap you. Now you're on your own in terms of moving forward and finding a way forward. And the county doesn't really have the opportunity. Again, we were just talking about the county can't even fund its own projects right now. You have to be very careful in terms of the grants or the other things that you're pushing out. And it'll come up in a couple of the budgets, maybe even today. I see a large increase in outbound grant funding coming out of some of the individual departments. And maybe that's a makeup for what's for the lack of a more general county oversight. But that also concerns me because, again, you're pushing this down and you're losing some of the transparency as a result.
Yeah, and if I could, go ahead.
Grant funding
Yes.
from the county
From county departments there's some pretty significant increases. I'll dig them up in line items as I see them.
And with respect to the American Rescue Plan Act, just to go back in time there, we definitely had conversations. Can we use this internally when it first came? And it came with the interim final rule. And we read the interim final rule, and they had us do a calculation of how much revenue we lost due to the pandemic. And if we lost that revenue, we would be able to use those internally for the first year and a half that those funds came through. And we did that calculation. And actually, as we know, we continued to see high assessed value. We had large increases in TRT, and we actually didn't have any what they call counterfactual revenue loss. So at that time, we were not eligible to use any of the ARPA funds internally. And now that interim financial rule for ARPA remained for about a year and a half, maybe longer than that. And by the time they changed that and allowed counties to use them more internally, which we had not expected, nor have we heard from the federal government from the Treasury that would be something that was considered. We had already spent 35 million at that point in time, obligated that to the community, did a lot of great things with it. But initially, we certainly didn't feel it would not have been eligible under the interim final rule to use those funds internally initially, besides for public health and the COVID response.
The intention behind the funds was to help our community get through the pandemic and come out as strong as they could. And the fact that we, faster than any other county I know, deployed those funds to critical services and sports to help our community weather the pandemic and weather the economic downturn that came with it. The fact that we did that was the reason why we had allocated out 34 million by the time we were told, oh, you can actually use some of that for your own needs.
That is it for fiscal entities. Thank you.
Right on time even. Any questions for the fiscal entities team before we break? All right, right now we have a lunch scheduled from 12:10 to 1:10. So unless there's any suggestion of changing that, we will reconvene at 1:10. We got all 5 of us back.
Yeah.
All right, it is 1:10. We are back in session. And we are now at the portion where we will be discussing finance. So I will turn it over to CFO Tintle to start the discussion.
Thank you, Chair. This afternoon, we are now starting, as you just mentioned, the section on support services, and finance will kick off the support services section. And before I actually get into my formal presentation, there is a practice here where finance and county council get to share jokes. So I'll continue that tradition. And
He's not here to defend himself, I don't think.
No, but he will be here.
That's part.
This goes out to all of county council, in particular, our esteemed head county council here. So a man walked into a lawyer's office and asked him how much he charged. The lawyer responded, "It's $100 for 3 questions." "Isn't that a lot?" asked the man. "Yes," responded the lawyer. "And what's your 3rd question?"
Done.
Hey, not too bad there, right?
Shots fired.
It's worth a groan. All right, now we will get into actually the finance presentation. And the finance department, by the way, is presented on pages 183 in the proposed budget document. And the detailed line item is on page 28 for the finance office and the general fund on pages 320. And we also, you'll hear, we have dog control that's found on pages 246 in your book as well. An overview of finance here is, you'll see our org chart, the mission of the finance department. We manage the financial activities of the county in accordance with GAAP and with prudence, integrity, and transparency. We do have 19 and a half positions, and I'll go over these sections that they cover. We have 3 FTE in the budget office, and you've met them all here today doing a great job. They do the annual budget, financial planning, financial forecasts, and ARPA administration. We also have 7 FTE on the accounting side. Their main focus is financial reporting, payroll, general ledger, capital assets, cash management. And of course, our tax office that collects all the tax statements, the tax revenue coming in. We have 6.5 FTE dedicated to those programs, which also includes dog licensing, transient room tax, and the property tax. Go back one. This year, we recently hired just a few weeks ago, actually, our procurement FTE, which processes procurement, the charge of the P-card program, Oregon Buys program, focusing on the Tyler purchasing module, and focusing right now also on internal audit recommendations. As you know, you met earlier, we have a treasurer, county treasurer at 1 FTE in the system, manages the investment portfolio, property tax distribution, general banking, merchant services, and community engagement. Finally, the CFO, 1 FTE, directs the department, looks at the financial health and stability of the county, cash management, debt management, also serves as a tax collector and room tax administrator. Finance accomplishments, really what I want to focus on first is the 22nd year Deschutes County has received the Certificate of Achievement in Excellence in Financial Reporting for 15 consecutive years, the Distinguished Budget Presentation. And now for the 4th year in a row, the popular annual financial report, which really is about a 16, 20, 30 page small financial document that summarizes and highlights all of the county statistics in a user-friendly, readable format. Someone's not likely to read that 300-page budget document or the 300-page ACFR this way, the financial report this way. They can just get a good glimpse at that. And because we've met all 3 requirements from the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, we are now recognized as a Triple Crown Award winner for producing all those three documents. And that really speaks to the excellence in financial reporting, transparency, and accountability to the taxpayers in the county. It also represents a lot of hard work from the staff, both from the budget staff on the budget document side and our financial reporting staff who produces the ACFR. Takes a lot of work and a lot of effort, and they do a tremendous job, and we should be really proud of them. Did not bring the crown, that's right.
PR to pass around. But, it does help to be a numbers geek, and, congratulations on being so successful at it.
Great, thank you. Additional accomplished here, this past year, as we all know, we did enter into a full faith and credit and refunding obligation series 2023 with a par amount of $24 million. 18.7 of that amount was for courthouse expansion, and 5.4 million was for refunding our 2013 bonds. And in doing so, the refunding has a savings of about $450,000 over the remaining life. And that difference is split, the savings is split between the general fund and the sheriff's office. So that's just one area where we look for savings when we can have them. And the rate environment at that time was to save just a little bit, but made it worthwhile. Commissioner DeBonne.
So that 2013 bond, I think it was $11 million. And it was a little bit higher interest rate in 2013. So, I mean, it's just interesting. We're in a high inflation environment right now, but we're able to refund at a lower rate from what we did in 2013 and save a little bit of money.
Correct.
So that really is interesting when you think about that cycle, from 2013.
And when we did that bond financing for the courthouse, it was kind of iffy if we would refinance in 2013 or not, because you may remember rates went up, then they came down a little bit, then they went up, and they just came down the week before we did this. So we threw it back in there, and because it did produce a small savings, and again, we'll capture any savings that we can get. Transient room tax certificate of authority has seen significant improvements, and we've been coordinating with CDD on that program and aligning approvals with Deschutes County Code as well.
Pardon me,
Yes.
another question. Did we change anything in how that $5 million portion that got refinanced gets funded? I mean, because I think it was half general fund, half sheriff's office.
That continues when it's
Yeah,
refunding the same repayment for
Yep.
that sources. We continued with that.
Yeah.
It just at a
Just
lower
thinking it
rate and
through.
it saves them.
Yep.
So we made updates and changes in our dog licensing program and our long-term financial forecast. We presented that more as Dan Emerson here, our budget and financial planning manager, has seen, and now we've really honed in, and that's why we're talking about a lot of the things that we're talking about today. High-level overview of finance, and again, the details are in your book. Our main revenue for finance is internal revenue charges. Most of our costs are reimbursed through the departments, and we only have a slight 5% charges for services and a beginning working capital. When our finance requirements, our biggest cost is personnel services at 69%, and then we have materials and services. But within materials and services, our biggest cost is software. We house and we pay for the Munis Tyler system, which is the main enterprise-wide system, along with NovaTime, our timekeeping system. And those costs are about $363,000 in just software costs, which is, again, the largest expense within finance outside of payroll. And the next cost is our audit fee. So the cost of external auditors to come in and audit the books of the county. And that's $109,000 a year for this year that we're budgeting. So our expenditures there.
So just on the software, there's always room for improvement, but are you happy with what you're getting? Is there any need to replatform or change any of the finance software, or is this something that you see that you'll be working with for a while?
Our main Tyler ERP system is the system the county has chosen and will continue to be with. There's no short-term looking at that for replacing that. Now, our NovaTime timekeeping system, that's at the end of its useful life. Actually, I think by 26 it ends. We are looking at a replacement software for our timekeeping system that connects with our payroll system that is within the Munis Tyler system. That is one thing that we've noticed through the years, especially as GASB, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, has come out with new requirements. It's also required new software to handle some of these new requirements. Like you'll see, DebtBook is on the slide. And then that we didn't used to need that software before, but when they came out with GASB 96 on leases, the requirements for leases, we just have so many leases to track. We use that system as well as our debt in DebtBook. So it's just as software is more and more becoming part of the cost of a lot of our countywide programs. A few years ago, we added Workiva to produce the budget document, and now Gravity for the financial reporting act for financial reports. So software is just becoming integrated in what we do, which is a large part of our costs.
I think a lot of organizations don't think about the reserve costs necessary for software transitions or other things like that. And it is something to pay attention to, especially as you know that there's going to be a consistent migration over time.
Well, that's a good segue into our next slide, which is the tax office, because I'll speak to that. We use the Helion system, and the assessor's office uses that, the tax office and finance uses it, and the county clerk's office also uses Helion. That is a system that would take multi-millions of dollars to replace. We do have a reserve fund for that. We set aside a small amount, 120,000 a year at this point, to help build that up for an eventual replacement there. So as you see on the screen or in your handout in front of you, the tax office budget, general fund supports the tax office as far as resources coming in at 86%. And you'll see the state government payments at 12%. That's that I was referring to earlier in our presentation about CAFA funding. So state funding that comes from the state to pay for the assessor's office. Again, the assessor's office, they assess the value for all the property countywide. Once those values have been assessed, then the tax office creates tax statements based on those values and the tax rates. And then we send out statements. This past year, there were 113,350 tax statements that our staff had sent out. And that's an increase of 1,500 tax accounts over the prior year. Every year it continues to increase, and staff continues to handle that. And a large number of those still are mail-in payments that we have to process manually as well. Although there are online options, there are multiple options for people to pay with that. But as far as the cost, back to the CAFA payments, again, you could see if only 12% of our funding covers the cost of running the tax program, you can see how important that state funding is. And if there was a legislative update in how counties can pay that, because we don't charge a fee to cities, fire districts, school districts to assess the property countywide or to collect the tax or to pass the tax on to them. It's funded by the Deschutes County General Fund. So if there was any additional state funding, that would help offset the cost both in tax office and in the assessor's office.
Well, and this was an example I just noticed in this one, because it is such a small office, but there's some other small departments that hit on this. Especially the big increase in health and dental this year really was an impact on the budget on this particular one. And I'm sure there's some others that come in. It's blunted a little bit in some of the larger organizations. Correct. But yeah, that was a big hit and a big growth area for the services in this department.
Yep. And you'll see that on the tax requirement side. ISF charges, to your point, that again, and Dan spoke to this earlier, where even though tax is in the general fund, they still have to pay ISF costs, which the ISF is paid by the general fund. So this is one of those. Building rental, we also pay for that. Postage and printing statement costs, postage costs have continued to increase, so we had to increase that budget as well. Like I said, with 113,000 tax accounts, and who knows what it'll be next time, that's a lot of postage as well that goes out. Short-term fiscal issues. Some of the issues that obviously we deal with in finance are the ones that Dan spoke about earlier. That's our role to look out countywide on the long and short-term fiscal issues. Again, I mentioned the CAFA funding. That's short-term and long-term as well, because as costs continuing to increase at the county level, it would be nice if the state portion, we were able to get more funding from there. And again, increased costs for software subscriptions. As I mentioned, we rely on software and those costs keep going up. One of the important things with long-term fiscal issues when we look at the long-term forecast as well, but one thing finance looks at, we want to look at our reserve levels. We want to look at our revenues and our expenses, but we want to maintain our AA1 credit rating. That's a great rating for a county our size. And of course, we have aspirations for a AAA, which would be the top rating possible, but we want to make sure we at least maintain our AA1 rating. some of our challenges and future initiatives. The county will need to determine a process to comply with the ruling of the United States Supreme Court in Tyler versus Hennepin County. This has to do with the foreclosure process. They're a little different situation than we are here. However, we are in the process and working through what a new system would look like there. We're still following Oregon law, and in fact, the Department of Revenue is coordinating statewide efforts for the changes to the legislature next session. And we've been a part of that as well, and a vocal voice in that too. I always mention that GASB, Governmental Accounting Standards Board, has new standards coming out all the time. They say these next few years, we're not supposed to have such major large ones as we've had in the past few years. So we're hopeful for that to make it easier on the accounting staff that really do a lot of work in that way. And efficiencies using our current software program, Tyler Munis, as I mentioned, or it's now called Enterprise ERP. We want to continue to look at ways to increase that. And we will need a new time card system, as I mentioned that earlier too. You will notice in your budget this year that Nick has included, as the budget officer, in the proposed budget, there were 2 special requests that were vetted through the admin team, the budget office, and we came together, and they were included in this proposed budget. There were 2 packages. The first one is PCI compliance consulting. And by the way, these are found on page 20 under special requests in your book. If you want to read the full submission on both of these special requests, you'll find the details there. But again, they're already included in the proposed budget, and these costs are funded through the Internal Service Fund. So the impact to the general fund is minimal. It's under 20%, as Dan mentioned, only 20% for every dollar, 20 cents on every dollar is paid by the general fund from the internal service funds. In the payroll and this payroll coordinator on page 22. So PCI compliance consulting, that is the request that came from the county treasurer. As you know, his budget is within the finance department. And that is really to look at how we're handling PCI compliance, which is really about processing credit card data, how you save the information. So it's hiring some consultants. This is a one-time cost to really ensure that we're at the best place we could do to safeguard the county transactions and transmissions in that process there.
I'm here and available to answer any questions that anybody might have, so.
Oh, thank you, Bill.
Sure.
I have a question. How many people actually pay their property taxes automatically out of their escrow account? Because I know I'm a Wells Fargo person, and I know a year ago they did it like at the last possible second. Last year they did it faster.
Yeah.
But I was just wondering, what is the ratio? What is the percentage?
Yeah, I don't have the exact percentage. I did ask about that as well, wondering if we had statistics on that, and we don't have it readily available.
But I would think a lot of people would.
A lot of
if you've got a mortgage. Of course, then we've got cash people.
Yes, if they come through mortgages, they are. And yes, they do pay at the very last minute, the last date. And usually the majority of those do come and are paid by November 15th, which is the first payment option. And we do receive about 92% of our taxes by that November date. As you know, just a couple of days ago, last week, it was the completion of the 3rd trimester for those who did decide to break out their payments in 3 payments, with the other one being in February and then May. Yes, and I did speak to Bill earlier. If he's here, if there were questions on his special request, we can talk to that. So I'll get through the finance one, and then we'll open up questions on special requests. So this year for finance, we did ask for the addition of 1 FTE in the payroll position. There are a few reasons for that. We have seen an increase in the number of FTE over the last few years, dating back to 2019. You see on the graph there, and then also the average paychecks per month. But really, what is kind of pushed us over the edge recently has been the addition of the Paid Leave Oregon benefit and the amount of administration that has come as a result of that. You'll also hear that from Human Resources as well. Additionally, we've taken on PERS reporting that were formerly handled by the Human Resources Office, but with the retirement of one of their folks, a number of those responsibilities with PERS has transitioned over to finance. This is also as a result of internal audit reports that have suggested that we do additional efforts to increase our performance efforts as far as accountability. So we've been implementing new processes and procedures to account for that. Really, a lot of it too has to do with just the amount of time it takes processing. An example of that is we had a department mention that we have to do an off cycle. It's when an employee terms, not on a payday, but we have to do a special check for them. And it takes about 2 hours to do that process, what's involved in all of it. The employee was supposed to have their final day on one day. So payroll went and processed all the paperwork and got it all done. And then we have to pay the federal taxes, state taxes, if they have deferred comps. We have to make payments to all these places. Well, after we, got that final check done, well, then the department came back and said, oops, we meant their final day is going to be this day. And so payroll had to void all that, reissue, do another one. And then the department came back again and said, oh no, we were right the first time, it's there. That's just one example. So this ended up taking 6 hours of time just on one term, because you're like, well, you issue a check, what's the big deal? But it's just all these processes have to go to. So in discussions with Nick as the county administrator, but then also as the budget officer, and the full team, we talked about, and they looked at that, and given the increase in all the staff and the increased workload, that they did include it in the proposed budget and saw the need for this position in this fiscal year, again, with it being funded mostly through internal service fund charges. So any questions on follow-up for either County Treasurer Bill or myself on these two packages?
So these are both in the proposed.
They're both
budget.
in the proposed budget already. Yes.
And then the compliance consulting, what's PCI? Is that just the name of the company, or is that a?
Yeah, if I could provide maybe just a little bit of additional color on that. PCI is Payment Card Industry is what it stands for. And it's basically how we process and accept electronic payments throughout the county. We have over 30 independent accounts, various county departments. And I would describe it as a highly decentralized environment that we're currently operating in. And it would be my proposal to start pulling that together and creating some centralization, oversight, from a training standpoint, software and hardware implementation, tracking compliant hardware, really just trying to get our arms around that system out there. And currently we don't have an in-depth knowledge of our data transmissions. Working closely with our IT department in determining whether or not our network is in scope or not, which we definitely do not want to be in scope. So that would be our overall goal, is to ensure that our mainframe network is out of scope in as many of these processes as we possibly can. And again, talking about tracking compliant hardware, et cetera. What I've done last fall, I started doing a deeper dive into the evolving nature of the compliance that's going on within the industry right now. And they currently have implemented new security standards. It's 4.0, PCI DSS 4.0, which takes us to a whole nother level in terms of annual questionnaires, the in-depth breadth of the questions, and really the focus. And a lot of these questions are actually focused on, do we have an outside PCI compliant or compliance firm that we're engaged with? And so that's the nature, the direction that the industry is going. I interjected or got involved and interviewed 4 different PCI compliance consulting firms. We received 4 different responses to our RFP, 2 of which are in our price scope, 2 are way out of line. So we've got 2 viable companies that we can move forward with. And I'd like to, I do believe that this is an area that we need to provide some additional focus on, and we've got to have some outside expertise as well. So I'll be working very closely, like I have been, with our IT department.
Will that come with like a report of
an assessment?
Yeah. So, I was thinking, you say we've got many departments doing many transactions, and I wouldn't know the detail on that either. So it'd be interesting to be able to review that after.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we're really focused on right now, is having kind of third party, an outside look, and they'll also identify risk and also provide recommendations on remediation as well.
It's essentially an audit report.
It is. We call it an assessment, but that's essentially what they're doing. And we propose to have a certain amount of time probably on site, but we're going to try and do as much of it as we can remotely to save on costs. And I do believe that we can bring this project in under the proposed $30,000 budget.
And then it could be shared with the audit committee too. And I'm sure. take a look at it.
Yeah.
And this is
Any-
a one-time cost on the.
Yeah.
And you're
He's
saying
back.
we pay Moss Adams, what is it, 190,000?
106, I believe it's 106 or 109.
Was it, okay, it was 109 and not 190.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
'Cause I
Now,
was
that
thinking
is
that was a
the
lot.
cost to finance. There are costs out to departments or the service districts. They pay part of a fee. The internal audit division actually handles the contract with Moss Adams.
Any other questions?
I think this might be the case, but I wanna check this. So does this PCI compliance project, does it have cybersecurity?
Yeah.
So that-
Yeah.
that's-
Yeah, and obviously the,
is that-
yeah, and the end game is obviously, again, trying to keep our network out of scope and, potentially, preventing a potential data breach, ransomware attack, any number of different bad things that could happen out there. And this is preventative. That's identifying risks, providing solutions, and developing a plan forward.
That phrase out of scope.
Basically keeping the data transmissions out of our network traffic. In layman's terms, I'm basically doing everything that we can to keep the data that's being transmitted out of our network. You're welcome.
Right?
Any other question?
I'd say any additional questions for the finance section?
While Robert and Bill are up here, kind of a higher level question. If when the treasurer position and the CFO position are consolidated again, like what does that look like in terms of, I mean, how many FTE do we count? What does that look like budgetarily, things like that?
Yeah. So as you know, right now, as I mentioned, we state there's a 1.0 FTE for the treasurer position. Prior to when they were separated, prior to the recent separation of the treasurer positions, when the treasurer was combined with the CFO, we had allocated the total cost of the treasurer position and the full cost of treasury, which included armored car service and software fees and all that, was $44,920. Actually, that was the official compensation was considered the stipend 10% of the CFO salary. The elected employees compensation committee last year decided to make it equivalent to a department head and half of the cost of that. So the fully loaded personnel costs increased to $138,000. So what you'll see in our fee schedule is we used to charge departments $5,000 a month off the interest as a cost to pay for the treasurer position. Now with the full cost, we charge $12,000 a month or $144,000 total to recoup the cost of the full treasurer. So the savings would be about $140,000 or so by the time we get there.
Is that levied on the departments as an ISF charge, or is it some other?
It takes off when we allocate interest, before we allocate interest to them, if we earn $50,000 during the month, right now we take off 5,000, so we allocate 45,000. So it's less revenue to them. But all the costs of the treasurer program are not included in ISF fees to the departments because those costs are taken off the top from interest earnings. Good question.
Right? Any additional questions? If not, we can move on to Board of County Commissioners. And that is Deputy Administrators Crop and Hale.
Oh.
No, you want to, yeah, we'll have the front because I'm gonna join for the.
Right? And while everyone is assembling up front, I would certainly, as a citizen of Deschutes County, again, thank our county commissioners for the job that they're willing to do in the elected positions that they're willing to not only campaign for, but then fulfill as they do their duties. Take it away.
Hey, thank you. I'm sure that many of you have met Jen Patterson, but we'll start briefly with introductions. Whitney Hale, Deputy County Administrator.
Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager.
And we're going to walk through Fund 628, Board of County Commissioners, and Fund 625, Administrative Services. I think we'll do our best to catch us up time-wise, and I think we can do that. We did not prepare any jokes for today. We deeply appreciate both our legal counsel and our CFO, so we're going to be a neutral presentation in between Robert and Dave. So we'll do our best to get through this.
You can try and, ad lib a shot about politicians.
Oh, yeah, there you go. During this one.
Seat on
yeah.
the slide too. All right, so Fund 628 supports the Board of County Commissioners, and really this year, this is a status quo budget. There are some interdependencies between the Board of County Commissioners and Administrative Services, and so we'll kind of highlight a few areas as we move through these two budgets where you will see changes in the line item budgets, but really that's kind of cost moving from one budget and into the other, so there are no major increases in the board's budget or really within administration. There are 3 FTE within the board's budget, and you'll see them up on the screen included in this presentation. So as the committee has already discussed a few times this morning, really the biggest change in the board's budget and administration's budget this year is the removal of that general fund subsidy. So in the resources for the board, that's a reduction of more than $396,000 in prior general fund support. And that's fully being borne now in a pure ISF charge to cover the cost of services. And we're cognizant of the impact that that increase has for departments, and it's a decision that was made thoughtfully. It's something that we'd started talking about 2 years ago and really felt like, given what we see ahead of us as an organization, this was the right year to make that change, but certainly acknowledge the impact it has for our operating departments, especially those larger operating departments that are seeing significant increases.
Although if you look at it overall, if I did my math right, it's about a 9.3% increase in interfund transfers.
Yeah. On the requirements side for the board, some changes that we wanted to call out that you'll see as changes in your line item budget are the transition of on-call AV support from the board's budget over to administration. And so we've changed the way that we're staffing our AV support for board meetings and meetings like the budget committee. Thank you, Stephen. Stephen is now running the show for us in the back of the house and doing a fantastic job of it. You'll see an increase in the administrative services budget to cover those costs and a corresponding decrease within the board's budget where that cost was budgeted previously. If you're looking at actuals for fiscal year 24, you'll also note that that change actually already occurred and has been occurring this year. So we budgeted the cost in the board's budget, but we've been paying for it this year out of the administrative services budget, Fund 625. The other large expense within the board's budget is our contract for lobbying services. So Jen oversees and works closely with Doug Riggs, the county's lobbyist. And there's a small increase proposed in this year's budget to cover those costs. And as you've heard this morning in Nick's opening remarks, we continue to see investments back through, I think, what are fruits of the legislative process in terms of the county being able to secure investments from the state for a variety of its priority areas. So a small increase there. And the other cost that's not noted on the slides, but that's worth noting is that the board's budget holds the cost for the software that's used to put together board meeting packets and publish agendas. So that cost is flat this year, but is also remains budgeted within the board's budget. That is Fund 628, which is pretty short and simple, but I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions on Board of County Commissioners? All right, next up.
Okay. Stephen's gonna get us flipped over into Fund 625, and then we'll turn things over to legal counsel. All right. So let's step into Fund 625 Administration, and Jen and I are going to walk through this together. Certainly welcome any additional comments from Nick and Eric if they have any. Nick is busy taking photos, so we won't ask him to make any additional comments. All right, so county administration, as many in this room are familiar with, but for those who may be watching today's proceedings, does a lot of different work. We have our strategic initiatives manager Jen will talk a little bit during today's presentation about the variety of projects and work that she does. Administration houses our communications departments. We support committees and boards across the organization. We're the tie-in with Economic Development of Central Oregon and also help administer the board's priority economic development programs. We manage performance management on behalf of the organization. So making sure that as departments set performance measures, those outcomes are reported out onto the community and to the board so they can track the organization's progress. And then also overseeing the county's legislative affairs functions. Internal audit is not noted on this slide, but is very important. Erin, I'm looking at you. We have some call out slides for internal audit as well. So we have 2 FTE associated with internal audit that are housed in county administration. And this is an overview of our org chart purely as it relates to county administration. There's obviously some other reporting relationships that exist outside the department, but this is the breakout of our FTE within administration. I want to note that since we were before you last year, we've had some changes in the structure and staffing of administration. So on the right-hand side, the audit side of the house, we have a new county internal auditor, Elizabeth Pape, who replaced longtime internal auditor David Givens, who retired at the end of last fiscal year. And as you'll see in the accomplishment slide for internal audit, Elizabeth has come into the position with a lot of energy for the work that she's doing. So we're super happy to have her aboard. On the left-hand side, we have a new public information officer, FTE, and that was previously our grants and operations specialist. So Stephanie Robinson, who was previously in that role, went to pursue another opportunity outside of the organization. And when that shift happened, we took a look at kind of what we thought the organizational need was and recast that position as a pure public information officer. That's really giving us a lot more capacity to do more in the communications realm, to let the public know what we're up to, how they can engage with county services, and how we can help to make sure that they're informed about all of the things that all of our departments are up to. So that's been a really great change. With that shift, we've had some absorbing of the duties that were previously held in the role in the department, and also for some of this fiscal year in other departments such as finance. So I think we've settled out internally with making sure that we're meeting our core functions, but also being able to add that much needed capacity on the communications side of the house. All right. As we get into department accomplishments, I'm going to turn it over to Jen to talk a little bit about some of the work she's doing with county committees.
Great, thank you. So currently I'm overseeing our staff supporting 2 county committees. The first one is the Cannabis Advisory Panel. This panel has been established for several years now. I think we're in year 3 of this Cannabis Advisory Panel, and it was established to provide, to have the panel provide guidance on marijuana tax revenues that we receive from the state. So currently the Cannabis Advisory Panel meets on a quarterly basis, and they provide guidance on 3 main objectives. 1, the use of marijuana tax revenue dollars that are transferred from the state. 2, increase in public safety measures allocated, related to marijuana usage. And 3, marijuana issues in unincorporated areas of the county, particularly related to production, processing, wholesaling, and distribution of marijuana. This year, the tax revenue, the marijuana tax revenue estimated is going to be for a fiscal year 25, $185,811. The panel met in April and provided recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners on delegation of those funds to 4 different county departments. It's been relatively unchanged from the fiscal year 24 delegation and recommendations that were provided, I believe, to the Budget Committee in fiscal year 24. With that, if there's no questions about the Cannabis Advisory Panel, I'll now briefly talk about the Wolf Committee that was established last year. In spring of 2023, the county established the Wolf Depredation Compensation and Financial Assistance Committee, a very long name for a committee. I'll refer to it as the Wolf Committee. This was established due to known wolf activity designated in Deschutes County over the last, I believe, in July of 2022 was when they started to see known wolf activity in Deschutes County. There's a statewide program managed by Oregon Department of Agriculture that allows counties who have established a wolf committee to apply for grant funding for two purposes. One, for confirmed depredation due to wolf activity on livestock in the county, and two, for non-lethal preventative measures for ranchers and producers to apply for grant funds to implement non-lethal preventative measures on their property to hopefully mitigate conflict between wolves and livestock. The committee has, their first meeting was in June of 2023. And currently are meeting every couple of months. There was a lot of business to establish the committee and establish policies and regulations for that committee. And this past January, the committee met and recommended applying for grant funding for those specific categories to the state, and the state granted grant funds to the county to use for depredation and missing livestock, as well as non-lethal preventative measures. The committee continues to meet on disbursement of those grant funds and addressing and continuing to provide guidance on addressing mitigation between livestock and wolf activity within the county.
Thanks, Jen. As we noted earlier, we have onboarded our new public information officer, and really one of the things that she will be lifting that's a little bit new for us in administration is a focus on community engagement and how we can support departments and offices in doing that in a robust way. And so a lot of departments are already doing that work, but really could, I think, benefit from some centralized resources to help support them in that. So we're really excited for that to be underway. You saw Eric Brion's work earlier through the ARPA video series, and that's just one example of how we're kind of doing new things in the communications realm. Our podcast is another one of those areas. If you haven't listened to it, I encourage you to take a listen. But we're continuing to try to get the county's message out in as many ways that we can, knowing that folks have different preferences in how they receive that information. So really trying to make sure that we get it out to them in a variety of ways. Continue to have a strong partnership with EDCO. And the Economic Development Loan Program that continues to be strong locally. And then again, a lot of work in the county legislative affairs and performance management arenas.
I think it's worth noting that even during podcast, Administrator Lilac still wears a tie.
He does. It's a very formal setting. I'm going to turn it back over to Jen to talk a little bit about some of the grant work that she's been doing in her role as a strategic initiatives manager. Go ahead, Jen.
Great. Thanks, Whitney. So there's a couple of different grant opportunities that the county has been pursuing. One of them is the Oregon Department of Energy grant opportunity. This is an ongoing grant fund. I believe they just announced their third round of funding, which we will be applying for, but we were also successful in applying in round one. We partnered with Mount Bachelor, who wanted to pursue a large-scale biomass facility project at Mount Bachelor. They were a subrecipient. The county was the main recipient of that grant fund. It was a $1 million ODO grant fund that was successfully awarded, and that was awarded back in 2023, the beginning of 2023. Additionally, for round two of the ODO grant fund, administration paired with with facilities and Fair and Expo Center and our emergency management department to pursue a planning grant fund in the amount of $100,000 to install solar panels and electric vehicle charging stations out at the fairgrounds as part of a larger scale support project out there. That grant funding was successful, and that was awarded we just wrapped our 6-month review of that. So about 6 months ago, that was awarded. And the round three grant funding was submitted on May 10th due to a lot of work from the facilities department, submitted a grant funding for the third round of that project. Additionally, the county is working with Neighbor Impact for a $400,000 Business Oregon grant. This is a housing rehabilitation grant program, and Neighbor Impact will be the subrecipient of that grant. And lastly, we completed a camping feasibility study in the county, looking at 3 different properties throughout the county for potential of a recreational, public or private campground that may incorporate tent and RV camping. Staff is continuing to work with the commissioners at their directive to move forward in pursuing opportunities through that camping feasibility study.
And then, as I mentioned at the start, a lot of accomplishments coming out of our internal audit office. So in addition to onboarding our new county internal auditor who has joined us in the room, our audit program has also received national recognition for the work they do through recent continuity of operations audit. And has moved on to audit in a variety of areas across the organization, which you can see listed on the slide. Also completing follow-up to unresolved recommendations and the revision of procedures for our whistleblower hotline program. So thank you for that work in internal audit. All right, diving into the budget for Fund 625. So again, in administration, you see that reduction of prior general fund support, which is now being fully charged out in internal service fund charges. And on the requirements side, a few minor changes for us this year. We did create a new org for internal audit this year. That's roughly about 16% of administration's budget. And really we're now going to track those expenses in a different lane than the rest of administration, which I think will just make administrative tracking a little bit easier for us internally. We also have the transition of the AV support from the board to administration, and then some increases in our translation and interpretation lines. So previously, that work has been occurring. We've had a renewed focus in that area this year and have really worked to make sure that we're translating all of our news releases, all of our external newsletter content into Spanish and making that available online. That's been budgeted in our public information line. We really wanted to call out those charges separately in their own line so that we can keep track of those expenses as they fluctuate year to year a little bit more. So you'll see that new addition or growth in the translation and interpretation line and a corresponding decrease in the public information line where those charges were previously held. Before I move into our special requests, Nick, I just want to check in with you. Anything to add on okay, keep moving.
So Whitney, how many actual employees do you have on regular employees for this department?
We have
8.
I don't know. Go ahead.
9.75 is what I have. Eric is a partial FTE associated with administration, and the other portion of Eric lives in risk management, but he does a good job keeping that all together. So.
And I see your public information officer here, but I didn't see, you were talking about a translation.
Those are contracted services. And so you'll see it in the requirements, but that's billed out through a vendor that we all work with across the board and that departments use as well. Okay. And then just one special request for administration, and really we've had a lot of discussion internally about where this special request would fall, but we've determined that we're going to take it in Fund 625. This is AV upgrades for the room that is just next door to us in the DeArmond room. For those of you that have met in that room, we have what we call internally the Zoom cart, which has served us well through the pandemic, but has kind of reached an age where we're receiving requests to improve that technology, and that technology does, we would benefit from an investment in a more permanent solution that's wired in and really give departments more flexibility to use that room for hybrid meetings. We're estimating that the project cost will be around $30,000 for that room. And I think one of the important things to note for folks that may not meet in this building often is that that really is, apart from this room, one of our largest meeting room spaces. And so the fact we're a little bit hindered by the fact that the AV solution in the room is maybe not as strong as it could be. So that is our sole special request for the department, and that has been included in Nick's proposed budget. So with that, any questions on Fund 625?
Right. Any questions on administrative services overall?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, next up on the agenda is legal counsel.
While we transition, I do have a update from Commissioner Adair's question. I was wrong. We do have data on the number of tax accounts that are paid electronically through mortgage companies. It's about 39,000 accounts, or about 34% of the total tax.
I was thinking it would be significant,
Yeah, so 66% still mail in or other forms of.
or they're at the door or at the counter. 34%.
All right. Counselor, take it away.
All righty. Hi, folks. Dave Doyle, County Attorney. I was watching earlier today. I saw Dan get his award, and I want to say thank you and congratulations. But I really think that the person in finance that should get the biggest applause is Cam Sparks back there in the back. She drew the short straw, I think, 3 years in a row, and was assigned the legal department. So thank you. Do a great job putting up with me. I ask her the same question every year. How do I access this? And she's wonderful about pointing me to the right place. Our budget is a status quo budget, as you can see. There is an increase. That increase is associated with step increases in COLA. In legal, I think we're very cognizant of the need to keep costs as low as we possibly can. I'm very proud of the fact that in 17 years, we've had an increase of just 1 FTE. The county's probably doubled in size in those 17 years. So I think that's pretty impressive there. We benefit a lot from technology, and I think that allows us to do that. We have case management systems and document management systems that take the place of a lot of additional FTE, and those are very beneficial. We're tracking very closely AI, and AI is going to have, I think, a lot of benefits in our area as well. So we're hopeful that that will lessen some of the pressure on FTEs there. And really that's about it. Like I say, it's a status quo budget. We're not asking for any special requests or anything of that nature. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have, or if there's any issues that are of any interest or concern to you. Normally the lawyers, nobody wants to know a whole lot about what we're doing. We're not really public facing. Occasionally we get engaged with the public, but for the most part, we're internally facing. And so a lot of the things that the county develops in terms of performance measures and whatnot are typically more geared towards public facing departments and don't always apply to us well. Although I do finesse in a response every quarter to the performance measure email that comes from Jen. I'll leave it at that. Any questions that I can answer? I see you folks are behind schedule, so hopefully I picked you up a few minutes.
Is there anything in general that's keeping you up at night in terms of long-term potential legal exposures that the county has?
I don't know so much exposures, certainly the siting of the new landfill. There hasn't been one sited in Oregon for over 30 years. So we're anticipating there'll be some challenges to that. And some of the groups that tend to fight those types of things on an environmental basis, they're very good at delaying things 5-10 years. And so the sooner we get a site selected, the better. We can get that process started in the event we're going to have those challenges.
Had any rumblings about what challenges?
Nothing real concrete that I could put my hand on, but it'd be great if we don't. It'd be wonderful if we could get through that process and not have any real significant legal challenges. But we're at least anticipating the likelihood of some, just by virtue of the fact it's been over 30 years since there's been a new landfill sited in Oregon.
All right. Any additional questions for Councilor Doyle?
I do have a joke or two.
There we go.
I do have a joke or two.
We have time for that.
Okay, well, just a couple real quick. Where do homeless accountants live? In a tax shelter. You can tell an introverted accountant from an extroverted accountant by whose shoes they're looking at. The introverted accountant will stare at his own shoes, and the extrovert will stare at your shoes. This one's a little mean. I don't take it personal, Robert. Becoming an accountant is the only alternative for people who don't have charm to become undertakers. Now, I should give a caveat. One of my children is a CPA, So I have one in the family.
I'll just say personally that I'm glad that we don't do any engineering reviews in here. The engineering jokes are always brutal.
One year I had some elected officials jokes and I told a few of those and I could tell the response, it didn't go over all that well. So I haven't done that in the years since.
And I asked how the Pirates are doing, but you are above the Reds in the standings. So I have no stance.
Yeah, there you go. But if that's it, I'll get out and I saved you a few minutes.
Counselor.
Thanks, folks.
All right, we do have it is 2:05, which is when the sheriff's office is going to start. Does anybody need a minute or two before we go? Because otherwise we've got 2 additional public meetings that we need to open up probably at approximately the same times because they are noticed public meetings. So I want to make sure we're giving them their full time. So if there's no objection to moving forward, or if we need a minute for a quick bio break, we can.
I would love to adjust some of the blinds over there.
Yeah, or are you starting to see the windshield reflection?
Yeah.
Take a 2-minute break.
Yes. 2 minutes and then that'll give the sheriff's department a chance to set up front. All right, that was a short break and we were back in pretty much on time. So we have 50 minutes until the start of the County Law Enforcement District 1 public meeting. So I will turn it over to the sheriff's office. I see Sheriff Nelson and the rest of the crew up there, and take it away.
Well, thank you, Jim. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us back. I'm going to go through some introductions here before we start, just as a refresher.
Joe Brundage, Business Manager.
Shane Nelson, your sheriff.
Michael Schultz,
with corrections in the courts.
William Bailey, Patrol Captain.
Paul Garrison, Investigations and Special Services.
Excellent. And I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Joe.
To start off, I'd like to share with you some thoughts from the National Institute of Justice and Harvard Kennedy School. They had some executive sessions on policing in the 1980s that resulted in several papers and changes to law enforcement. They did that again in 2015. And in 2015, one of the questions they asked all the people participating in the session was, is a police department or sheriff's office more complicated than a commercial jet? And after they discussed it, they came to the conclusion that yes, a sheriff's office is more complicated than a commercial jet. While a commercial jet has several systems that all must need to work integrated and according together to function, a sheriff's office has several units, but they're made out of people, not parts. And people are more complex and more difficult to manage. But more so than that reason was the thought that missions for a sheriff's office are multiple and ambiguous, as opposed to with an airplane, they're single and clear. How do you evaluate a pilot's ability to take a flight from Redmond to Burbank? Does he get there or does he not? Our mission is to proudly serve our community by providing superior public safety and customer service. Now, we can define that, but it can be ambiguous, and sometimes people have different interests, would disagree on what those things are. With the pilot, you can look and say, how clear is the flight plan? How often does something strange or unusual occur? On many flights, it would be more autopilot than pilot that gets you there. Contrast that with the sheriff's office. We're in the emergency services business. So strange and unusual is our middle name. That's what we deal with on a regular basis. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because how would you evaluate a pilot? If a pilot were to ask, am I in danger of stalling? That question would be answered by looking at 7 different pieces of information and seeing how they all interact together. Could you use any one of those as a key performance indicator to determine whether they did a good job? I don't think you can. You need a story to determine what happened, what was it that was needed to take place, and was that managed? Often things could go wrong that passengers would have no idea were going wrong. Or it could be like with Sully, where something went wrong, the mission was not completed, but it was heroically, executed. So when we look at proudly serving our community and providing superior public safety and customer service, in those executive sessions, they had 8 functions of law enforcement, which are required by the public, any one of which, if not done, the public will have a problem with. And just quickly, the 4 that are most familiar: prevent, protect, aid, and assist. And then the other 4: identify, create, facilitate, and resolve. The sheriff's job is to juggle all those things. There's no real key performance indicator that would say one specific number tells our story. And so as we recognize our accomplishments, we want to look at some of those stories. The premier accomplishment, I think, that we had in 2023 or in last year was the apprehension of the suspects that had plans to enact a mass casualty event at Smith Rock. How do you measure that in statistics? We can only imagine the lives that were saved. We also had the capture of a Redmond father and son murder suspects as they were fleeing the area. We were able to locate and apprehend a fugitive in Tennessee. And we also had a Pilot Butte murderer that we were apprehended in Redmond. 54 total major incident callouts last year. And the greatest use of force in those cases was canine apprehension. And that's not something that's always in our control, but it just goes to credit the training and the discipline and the hard work and dedication of the men and women that we have in uniform serving the public.
And I would add a couple of more to that list that are more recent, but Dave Doyle and his team, John Laherty, did a wonderful job defending against a lawsuit that was brought by a gentleman's family. A gentleman tragically lost his life, but again, that's one of those things where we balance the public interest, our boss's interest, in defending those lawsuits where we feel that we have an excellent defense and limited exposure. The other thing I would say is the medication assisted treatment program within our facility. We've got individuals who are drug addicted in our custody. And right now our medication assisted treatment program is very successful. As a matter of fact, we're trying to grow the bandwidth so that we can treat even more individuals who are in our custody.
And just end with the last three things to wrap up that executive session were that we remain vigilant, flexible, nimble, and did I do that or did you? Thank you. What was the last one? And skillful, which it goes to the training. And this is just to note some of the officers involved in those arrests and other ones were honored and received recognition awards by the OSSA this year. So now moving on to the budget, our strategy going into this budget and through this current year was to, one, reduce our personnel expense by keeping some positions unfilled and delaying the filling of others. We expect to have saved about 3.6 to 3.7 million this year below budget due to those unfilled positions. This year, we have no additional FTE requests. We actually are reducing the total. We're eliminating the legal assistant position that we had added a couple of years ago. It had remained unfilled and we're removing that. Another part of our strategy to balance our budget is our vehicle program. And I want to clarify that we aren't deferring the purchase of vehicles to make our budget. We are reaping the benefits of the strategy the sheriff implemented several years ago, where we bought these cars, one vehicle per car. And that allows both allows the cars to be in the community more, but they're taken better care of and they last longer. And so because of that, we only need to buy 14 total vehicles this year, 9 for patrol, as opposed to 33 last year. So that's one of the ways we are reaping some savings. And not that savings is not just in capital, but in materials and services, because each car requires a build out that costs almost as much as the car.
And that, just as a reminder, that was based on the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office model. We talked about that in the pre-meeting where we single shift a car per deputy sheriff. It makes the vehicles last longer and increases the response time for call outs when they're off duty.
We've also shifted some of our policies or procedures regarding overtime to try to reduce overtime expense where possible. We're reducing training overtime by 25% by consolidating and eliminating some of the trainings. And then by having shift coverage be less than a full shift and only in peak hours, we expect to see at least $300,000 in savings from overtime. And then
But in your overtime, you actually have increased it, budget change by almost $859,000. I mean, because I know you were under this perhaps you're going to be under from last year's budget, but you actually did increase overtime.
yes, and that's a good catch. And I'll explain that in a slide coming up.
Wow.
Because I do want to address that. But then in addition, we are carefully considering which capital improvement projects we can delay. We have some electronic upgrades in the jail that Captain will talk about. But that is an option to us as we're going forward. And then focusing on new revenue, looking to enhance contracts and find new grant funding, both public and private. And that shows the portion of revenue that 15% that the sheriff's office gets that's not from the property tax districts, broken up there. And transient room tax has been mentioned. I know in the earlier meeting, we're asking for 2 requests of that I'll talk about later. Here is the changes from the prior year budget. Our personnel is up 2.2 million. Materials and services down 433,000 and capital down 1.8 million. Now here's, Patty, where what you're alluding to. Our budget for overtime in 2024 was 1.9 million, and our overtime budget is 2.8 million this year. That is because we were faced with the conundrum in prior years of having unfilled positions without a payroll clearing account. We didn't have that until this year. And so we knew that our regular wages were going to be overstated by $2 to $3 million. And so we had to consider, if we don't fill those, we will have higher overtime in covering some of those positions. If we do fill them, we'll have less. But if we try to estimate our actual high possible overtime, that's just going to overinflate our entire personnel budget because we already know it's inflated. So we had a lower amount of overtime just to make the kind of true up the personnel budget and offset the over budget in personnel. This year, we have this clearing account to account for 18 vacancies, or about 6%, 6.5% of our FTEs. And traditionally, we've run about 5%. So if we can keep 6.5 open, it will reduce us by $2.6 million. Because we're making that adjustment, we now don't want to understate what we think our overtime might be. And so that's where that budget is coming from. We hope to save 300,000 off that number, but that number is higher because it's no longer accounting for what we think is an overage in regular wages. Does that make sense?
Keep going.
Okay. Captain Schultz.
Thank you, Joe. As you know, the jail hasn't asked for any increases for the last number of years. We've been trying to attempt to save as much money as possible because we value the public safety campus plan that you guys have all been briefed on, and has a number of meetings that included Lee Randall and his plans with us. But with that, one of the biggest strategies, and I'll have to say and we were hoping to save this year, but as you know, the cost of the ISFs, the fees went very high this year, and that took any savings that we're going to use for that process, which was very unfortunate. But one of our greatest strengths when it comes to looking at our savings in the jail is our E-team. Now it's being morphed into E-force, I think, but these are allowing our sheriff has worked out a great plan with our union to be able to allow retirees to come back, not on overtime, but on a salary based within the classification of the job they do. And they're able to kind of backfill in the position so we don't get into critical low staffing positions that many of the jails throughout the state are facing today. It doesn't take long to see that, even from Oregon State Hospital, to see what they're facing when it comes to hiring and retaining good staff. But we're thankful that right now, this past year, our E-team members, our retirees, came back and helped us out, and they're continuing to do so. So it's been a great program. And as you know, just over a year, we've started the medicated assisted treatment program that the sheriff talked about. Out of there, we have served nearly 200 individuals coming in that have been addicted to this very serious drug of fentanyl and other opioids, and we're able to get them on the program. So currently in jail, we have 18 that is participating in that program, and that's all done by state grant that we work with our partners, Ideal Option, as they come through into our system to service that program. But as you know, with the fentanyl crisis and the Measure 110 and we are bringing in the worst of the worst. When I say that, I mean the sickest of the sickest. Patty and I have talked about what I've been seeing. I'll reiterate it then. At first, the National Institute of Corrections averaged that individuals in our custody in the jail system is about 70% of individuals that have mental health, drug or alcohol addictions or some serious issues. And I've been talking lately that I think that number is way higher. And so Jessica Vanderpool and Mike Gillen, we sat down and we looked at the number on May 6th. We had 232 people in our custody because I wanted to see, are we even close? I kind of knew it in my head, but I knew our commissioner was talking about it because she sees that as well. So we went through our correct tech and we looked at medications that we're taking for mental health. We looked at for drug addictions, for withdrawals. We also looked at self-reporting, the individuals. We also looked at the rest charges, like coming in. Thank you. My voice. I appreciate that. Arrest charges, like driving under the influence. Out of those numbers, we had 18 individuals with no identifiers, 112 with one identifier, 72 with two identifiers, and 25 with three identifiers, either mental health, drugs, and or withdrawals of some sort. So that put us at the 92% range. So if we're thinking we're just arresting criminals and that's it, that is a misinterpretation of what our deputies do every day. I take it, and the sheriff and I have talked about this, our jails are turning into hospitals, especially with all the drug addicted people coming in and then the mental health issues. And we're going to have to look at that for the next 10 years. And that's one reason why we started the public safety campus, because we know our jail system is changing, not just in Deschutes County, but all over the nation. And we're seeing that just with the numbers that are coming through.
And to interject on that, I think that's going to be decades into the future. That problem's just going to get worse. The addicted individuals, that's going to get worse. And the individuals who have mental wellness challenges is going to get worse, because one of the things we just need to remember in the last 5 years, the government's response to COVID and how that interacted with the school system did a lot of damage to the school-age kids. As a matter of fact, 70% of the kids that go to school have anxiety-type issues after that post-COVID response. And the other thing is Measure 110, even though it got readjusted by the legislature, those effects have already happened over the 2 years where Measure 110 was in place. And so that's that might even be a generational thing where we don't really see how the true measures are for years to come.
And remember, our county was one of the pioneers of the stabilization center. If it wasn't for our sheriff and our health departments 7 years ago coming with the plan, we wouldn't even have a place for individuals to go to and that are suffering from a crisis instead of just tase, tackle, and arrest. We have a different system that we can use. My hope in the future is that we start thinking about trauma-informed jail systems now. That will alleviate it will be compassionate treating of individuals who 99% are coming in and getting released. Our length of stay is anywhere from 12 days to 15 days. That's how long they stay in our custody. And if you take out the murderers who are going to go for 20 years and the ones who just first time arrest on a theft charge or what have you, you take those means out, it's really about 5 or 6 days as they turn around and go back into the community. What a better place to start, because they're coming to us. How do we curb that and change the correction environment? And that's what the public safety campus plan was about. How do we do trauma-informed care for the most vulnerable in our community? Suicide prevention and death prevention in our jail system. And as you know, that the addictive personalities of individuals suffering from this disease and illness of fentanyl, getting on it, sometimes their only way of getting out is thinking about overdosing or death. And our patrol guys are responding to way too many calls, Ben PD and our deputies in our community already, on overdoses and deaths in our community. We fight it every day in jail. You might have seen an article last week where our deputies delivered 3 sprays to an individual who was came in, he was arrested. We think somewhere along the line, he popped some pills and then we had a overdose. So we were able to save his life. Those are occurring every week, and we have to watch for that routinely. We started our bunk project that I've been talking about for the last 3 years. Currently, we're about halfway there. We have about 114 suicide prevented bunks that are going in. We have another 116 beds that we want to remodel, and we'll be doing that over the course of years. If we were to do that at one time, Clackamas County did that. That cost their county $1 million. We're phasing it in. Thank goodness we did. If you remember 3 years ago when we talked, we had a number of bunks that were failing. They were bowing up at the top and the inmates couldn't even sleep in it. So we took it back. We removed them, took them back to the manufacturer. They remodeled them. They're still a little troublesome, but at least they're serving the purpose of being more suicidal prevention. And of course, Narcan. We've talked about this year with Narcan going into our dorms. So we've allowed our open dorms. We put Narcan in the dorms. So if an inmate is in there and he sees one of his cellmates, teammates, whatever you want in an open dorm or general population, they can pull that Narcan and start administering that help before we even get there. And I know the Oregon Health Authority has been doing a number of public safety ads recommending all of us carry Narcan everywhere we go. And it's not a matter when we're going to see somebody that has passed out or unconscious from an overdose. It's going to be when we're going to see it. It's the drug fentanyl is so much into our community, and I don't see it slowing down. Electronic upgrades. We talk about this. If you remember in 2014, we did a great thing. We had 114 beds built into our system. As we've talked with commissioners doing our tours, we didn't put any infrastructure into those systems. Well, those systems now are failing because we have a DA or a public defender population that sometimes are waiting 2 hours in the lobby to see their client. We just don't have enough room with individuals coming out and getting in. We'd like to change that. We'd like to put money into that so that we can make our jail more efficient by getting individuals in and out and seeing their public defender or their doctor or the forensic science person or their PO coming into our system. And as you know, our electronics, much of those they're 10 years old, and electronics don't last that long anymore. Generally, the best practice is 7 years, and then you look to upgrade. If we were to attempt to upgrade all of our electronics in both our work crews and inside, that could be $1 million proposal. So there is cost there that we have to be mindful of, just like every other cost, the courthouse and probation, stabilization center. Our buildings are very important. They can do the work for us that the deputies can't do if it's under design for the population that we serve. And then finally, access to services when individuals are coming in. I think it's important to talk about all the systems and getting that outside in. And as we move forward, I think I'll just kind of end on that, thinking about what we need to do to our facility, because those are the challenges the jails are going to have over the next 5 to 10 years. But if we started now, we can make it better for the future of the people that come behind us. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
So just briefly, I want to make sure I got it right. You talked about the cost saving strategies in terms of bringing back retirees. Are they coming back as employees or are they coming back under contract?
They come back as on-call employees, so they make an hourly wage.
Okay, so that'll show up under personnel, not under contract services.
Right. It's not a contract. They're just hired as an on-call employee.
In the extra help.
Okay.
Budgeted.
Yeah, I was just making sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to talk a few of the things that the patrol division is doing to be more efficient with our resources, as well as some technology that we've been able to bring on board to make the job for the deputy sheriffs a little bit easier. Over the last year, we have fully hired, recruited, and trained 2 animal control technicians that are out in the field now. One of their responsibilities is to care for the animals at the rescue ranch that have been abused, neglected, or abandoned, and they care for them while they're going through their recovery until we can get them permanently adopted to a new family. But they're also now responding to animal control calls in Deschutes County, responding to barking dog calls, animal nuisance, helping with animal neglect investigations, helping transport abandoned or at-large animals to the shelter. And so that is taking leaving more time for the deputy sheriffs to respond to emergencies and investigate crime in a more cost-efficient manner, having the animal control technicians do that service. We also have 2 fully now committed, a sergeant and a deputy sheriff on the community action target team, who are primarily focused on traffic safety issues in Deschutes County, but are also responding and addressing quality of life issues, depending on the focus. And so that's the first time over this last year when we've been able to fully dedicate those individuals to that team and provide that service to the motorists in Deschutes County.
And the reason for that, if you remember, is because we go back to our core functions. I mean, we need and want to make sure we're providing patrol services. And in this time when law enforcement is having a difficult time finding folks to come fill the ranks and do those jobs, that means sometimes we need to bring the specialized individuals back into the fold to provide the core service of patrol services.
And then we've implemented a number of technologies over the last year, year and a half, and technology is expensive. It can be, and the sheriff's office has always been very mindful about when and what technology to implement. And so when we roll out a technology, we want it to be cost effective and also have a benefit. And so one of the technologies that we are testing and rolling out now is eSight eCrash, which is the electronic way of issuing either a crash form during a crash investigation or a traffic citation should the deputy choose to issue a citation. More efficient, less time spent on the side of the highway with emergency lights on, more accurate, no missed court dates or incorrect court dates, and also handwriting and difficulty reading. And then there's an automatic transmission of the paperwork to the court so that we're not missing or potentially losing citations. So saving deputy sheriff's time. And then also mobile data collect. In the past, deputy sheriffs have had to have a audio recorder to record interviews. They'd have a digital camera to take photographic evidence at crime scenes. And then a cell phone that was either hard mounted into their patrol car for phone calls. So now all that technology is on their issued cell phone, where they can take photographs of a crime scene. They can audio record interviews in conjunction with their body cameras. And so we're getting a better collection of evidence and better documentation at the scene. We also, both in patrol and detectives, have implemented a more accurate and high efficiency 3D technology, 3D graphing or scanning of a crime scene or crash scene. What would take hours in the past is now taking much less time, a fraction of that, which is getting roadways open quicker, which is getting investigations at a scene done more efficiently and saving time during these investigations. And then we've also, not so much, it is a technology, but pursuit and pursuit mitigation tools. And so while pursuits are risky and we always look for reasons not to pursue a car, there is probably a time when a suspect is dangerous enough where we do need to utilize pursuit tools. And so using technology like mobile spike, which the spike strips out the front of the patrol car to slowly deflate the tires to bring the car to a slower speed and eventually a stop, or the Star Chase technology, which is the sticky GPS tool that launches out of the front of the patrol car and sticks to the suspect's car. And then we don't have to be actively pursuing. We can just watch their location on a map and then coordinate resources to take them into custody once we're ready to do that. And so we continue to implement that and add more vehicles each year, that technology. And so while we purchased the technology, we put it, a crash involved in a pursuit is going to have a very high cost to taxpayers, and hopefully no one gets hurt. But if we can use a tool like a GPS launcher to stick to the car and then slowly take the suspect into custody, it's what we prevented from happening, which is potentially a catastrophic crash or injuries. In 2024, as we've discussed a little bit.
I was gonna say, just in terms of some of those technologies, do your existing records retention, storage policies and costs incorporate those, or do you have to add cost to store and process that additional data?
So the body cam, we've had to add additional storage.
Oh yeah, body cam, but now you've got some of these other things that are going along with the body cam.
Presently have in place or capable of storing that. So it's no additional, there's no cloud expenditure on that.
No cloud expenditure or anything, and then no additional legal retention policies or anything. All right, thank you.
We are suffering from the lack of applicants in law enforcement, both in patrol and corrections, and then also some of our non-sworn positions, like every agency you talk to. And so we've stood up a recruiting team that's diverse, contains people from both patrol, corrections, some medical from our jail, nursing staff, and then non-sworn, and recruiting at different colleges or military bases. And then also focusing locally. We have probably some of the best talented people in the state of Oregon right here in Deschutes County. We just have to show them a public safety career and the benefits of that job. They already live here. They don't have to relocate or find housing. And so we're spending time at COCC and any opportunity where we can get out in front of people and explain to them the opportunities of employment at the sheriff's office and asking them to come join our team. And then part of that is retaining them once we hire them and get them on board. We want to retain them. So we want to have competitive wages and benefits for our comparable agencies in Deschutes County, and then focusing on health and wellness, not only from their spiritual wellness and their overall, but deputies are exposed to a high number of traumatic events each year, if not each shift. And so utilizing small pieces of gym equipment where they can get physical exercise, encouraging a healthy diet. And then also full body, we've offered voluntary full body assessments with cholesterol and heart. And the last number was we caught likely 8 near catastrophic medical events from sheriff's office personnel. And so these are people that caught a near catastrophic event and it prevented it from happening through these assessments. And so no one wants to lose any of our teammates or our good friends. And so it's focusing on the overall health and wellness of our staff so that when they go out, they are their best and they can perform the best job and serve the citizens of Deschutes County.
The folks in charge of that contractor that came out said each one of those emergency medical events could have been a cost of $1 million each. So $8 million to the health insurance program. So it's really about what the county's trying to do as well. It's like we want to do our best to get our teammates so that they're physically, mentally, and spiritually well, and then get that lifestyle down so that goes into the future because it will be better for them and their families, and then also a cost savings.
Thank you.
Sir.
All right. So as Captain Bailey mentioned, detectives are also using technology, and they've had to do this to basically improve their performance overall and their efficiency through that technology, one of which is geocaching of cellular phone data assisting in location of suspects. To Joe's point that he earlier made about the Smith Rock suspect, when we'd received tips that he had left the Portland area, that was used by detectives to locate him off the Klein Falls highway, in which he was taken into custody without incident. So that's a primary example of that technology. As Captain Bailey mentioned, the 3D scanners, we now have the availability of the handheld devices, which improve the ability to be able to capture that data much more in a rapid fashion and efficient methodology. The next point is the Internet Crimes Against Children investigator that we've implemented, which is the only investigator of its kind. At the start of last fiscal year, we were the only one that had that. There's several other agencies that have now added it and want to partner with us. That individual is housed within our digital forensic lab, and is their primary investigative tools are the internet, as well as the exchange of pornographic material involving children. and the predators that prey on them, as well as exchange that information. It's been very successful to this point. The next point is a concealed handgun licensing and evidence unit that they are now, through their efficiencies, have gotten to the point that they only have a 20-day wait period to deliver a CHL to individuals versus the 6 to 9 months that we had been running for quite some time, which is a large improvement based on the fact that we are consistently in the top 5 of agencies, or rather sheriff's office, that supply CHLs to their citizens. The final point that I would just touch on is the track rescue vehicle program that was implemented, which is the Snowcat by another name. That was a program that was seen as a need following the 2 avalanches that we saw last year during the winter months. It's a force multiplier. They're able to deliver several rescuers at a time, as well as once they've located and are returning with the individuals that may need medical aid, they're able to render that to them while they're in transit. The challenges that all these units are seeing is any of their backfilling of positions. Just as patrol has a need for bodies, so do we, and it's a trickle-down effect. So until they're full, it's very difficult to transfer bodies over.
So just briefly, I did notice, because you mentioned CHL, I did notice that you're up almost 40% in terms of revenue from CHL. Is that additional CHLs, or was there a fee change?
There's a rise on that. Absolutely. And there's, I believe there's a slight, how much is the increase in fees, Joe?
There was a fee change that I think is probably pretty close to doubling the amount, actually, but I don't remember if that was last legislative year or the year before, but there was a fee change.
That can coincide.
Yeah, mix of both is what it sounds like. Okay.
Going to show that increase.
It's a noticeable enough to be a noticeable increase in terms of sheriff's budget. So good.
Question on the technology front, are you using FirstNet or is it Verizon for everybody's handhelds and all the contracts?
We use Verizon. We found that communication wise, it's the most efficient platform here. AT&T does not have the infrastructure to deliver what they promise everywhere else in the nation. And we have that capability to be first rung with Verizon. They prioritize us when we're in the
priority and preemption.
Yeah, correct.
Well, yeah, so I get to be at a state level and it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. So that's good feedback right there.
So going forward, with our budget, we were able to balance it. Our challenges, though, are our original intent. When we met with the health department, they were, a great partner, as they've always been with the stabilization center. And as we've supported the stabilization center with, $620,000 last year, plus almost an additional $100,000 for a van and a generator, that we had not been able to save for our needed public safety campus remodeling. And so this year we had intended to take off our contribution from them, and they would find a way to cover that so we could save for the public safety campus. With the fee increases and some of the revenue adjustments we had to do, we're not sure. There's no saving for the public safety campus in the budget. Now, we hope that we will save about $1.2 million, in personnel savings in addition to the clearing. Possibly that might go to be able to go to the public safety campus, but it might just need to go to contingency to have sufficient reserves. And so that's the challenge that we see this year. Another challenge is staffing. Now, there's multiple angles of this challenge. This is our staffing history, our legal FTE going back to 2008 when the tax districts were created. And if you look at Deschutes County's population growth, you'll see that they're pretty much in line. Now, that is because I think the sheriff has been, especially since he's been here, been looking at, okay, where are we going and where do we need to be, and keeping. Anytime I go near that trackpad, I do that. Thank you. But in reality, that is what our filled positions have been. And so you can see that since 2022, they're actually down, and there really has been minimal growth. Now, on the one hand, that is good for the fiscal future, having those unfilled positions. But on the other hand, the bigger that gap gets between where we think we should be and where we are, the more that's going to impact our ability to provide services that the county demands. And so we need to look at this from, can we fill what we need? Are we looking at it fiscally as conservative, but not letting our services diminish? And then lastly, that leads us to the funding. This is our forecast without any contribution from transient room tax. I know you've already mentioned earlier today, and I'll get into the two requests, but if we don't receive that, we're anticipating that we can be about 3.3, we'll have 3.3 months of reserve at the end of the year, which is slightly more than we had in last year. If we do receive the funds, it would look like that. And the blue line is the sheriff's office when you combine the countywide and the rural. So that takes us well over that 3.25 line. Now that 3.25 line, I'm confident in, because last year we knew that we were going to be really close to that. And we met with Robert and Dan and said, what will happen if we don't hit that? And they said, you will borrow. And so we knew when we watched that, and we saw that we ended up with just under 3, and we were just short in that last month. And so with that other quarter reserves, that would carry us to that next year. The sheriff's office does have enough revenue for that 0.75 to close 0.75 of that gap.
And to connect all the dots, if you remember, what really probably threw us there was a vehicle purchase. We're in a point in time where we've got to purchase vehicles when we get the opportunity. And it's not necessarily when we think it's best to do it. You just can't schedule vehicle purchases anymore like we used to. We used to be able to order them and get them around the same time every year. Now we get a call, hey, we've got them. We've got to go out and invest in those vehicles or we miss it. Some offices have been up to 18 months before they get their vehicles. So that was the contributing factor for that situation.
So our special requests, we're not asking for FTEs, as we mentioned before. Our first one is for a one-time $700,000 contribution from transient room tax. This is to kind of help the rural tax district make up some of that shortage as it's been growing, and that rate has been fixed.
I'm sorry. Can you go ahead and throw up the second one?
Yeah.
So was the pre-meeting televised? Really don't want to bore a lot of my bosses if they were able to see the pre-meeting. Okay, I don't want to rehash everything for my bosses, but just to recap and reiterate, we talked about the longstanding agreement that stood with a former commission and budget committee, but what the $700,000 is it would make right on that deal. It would bring us up to where we were supposed to be and take care of the years that we didn't get the 3% increase from the transient room tax money commitment as the original agreement. So that's what that $700,000 of transient room tax money ask is. The second piece of that would be on top of that is the 3% increase to be in line with that original agreement from 2007 to continue to adjust sheriff's office transient room tax revenue. Go ahead if you need to. Okay.
And here's a graph of our transient room tax since 2016 when it was frozen, and you can compare it to what that 3% growth would be and what if we adjusted it for a COLA, where it would be. And with these two requests, we're asking for either or both. It's up to the budget committee, and it also doesn't need to be an all or nothing issue. I know 3% was the plan that was originally established. The finance department's forecasting a 2% growth rate. Obviously, a 3%, if the 2% was what happened, wouldn't work. but matching it to the actual growth, say up to 3%. If TRT doesn't grow by that, we won't do it, something like that. And the same with the 700,000. I know currently that would eat up most of the reserve. So the committee could say, well, we don't want to eat up most of the reserve. Let's give half of what ends up being the reserve to the sheriff's office up to 700,000. And so if there's no reserve, we don't get anything. There could be lots of ways that we could start to make adjustments to the TRT to bring it back to what it was originally intended, which was partly to support the sheriff's office activity that is brought in from non-residents.
Well, I would say majority of it was to support sheriff's office activity. The transient room tax commitment used to be 80% to the sheriff's office. And then it continuously dwindled. And so one of the things I just want to point out historically is, and rightfully so, because the sheriff's office had some years where there was large amounts of revenue where we needed to adjust the rates just so we kept the money in our boss's pockets, the taxpayers' pockets. And there are some years when we wanted to be a good partner and contribute to the stabilization center with some of that revenue, because that was benefiting public safety and benefiting the sheriff's office. But I think as time has progressed, of course, there's other uses transient room tax money can be used for. And I know it supports the road department and it supports health services, but I'll always go back to that core agreement. If we're getting into these support of these other agencies, we can't forget what the original agreement was or the original intent was. Now, I'm not saying, hey, dump out the kitchen drawer and let's just go. I mean, we want to be a good partner, but we've got to remember that our rural rate was set on this agreement. And so what I'm saying is, look, I understand certain needs for maybe some affordable housing needs. I absolutely understand the courthouse, that is there. But we just have to keep in mind as focusing on core services, it's like, I don't want to see a lot of money, transient room tax money going to affordable housing. That's not what it's for. And that's not why the visitors pay it. But I do understand that it can help do the right thing in a county if we have some one-off investments for those kind of things. But transient room tax money was a way for the visitors to pay their fair share. I think in watching a meeting, I think it was Commissioner Chang brought up a good idea about, hey, maybe we increase transient room tax. I'll tell you, I am not supportive or a fan of hiring any kind of consultant to see if transient room taxpayers actually affect our services one way or the other, because that's not the historical perspective. I mean, if I use that kind of line of thinking, then I should just look at our bosses, our property taxpayers, and say, well, if they're the ones causing us service, then they're the only ones that have to pay their sheriff's office tax districts. So it's really a formula that provides revenue based on visitors. We can get 4 to 5 million visitors a year to the Deschutes National Forest. And I forget what they said. I think around 5 million, and about 4 million visitors a year to Deschutes. So I just kind of wanted to plant that seed just a little bit and turn it back over to you, Joe, and thanks for letting me interrupt.
And that's really all we have.
But so then one more thing then. Thanks. The other thing is look, we're always going to make a balanced budget. I'm not worried. My teammates aren't worried. All right. We've been worried before when we can't pass levies. We work within the bounds of what the budget committee tells us we're going to work in. I've always said that when we come here to this budget presentation. I think I just want to do my part to stump for and support that original agreement, knowing we're not going to get 700,000 in transient room tax money. But I would be irresponsible if I did not ask, serving as your sheriff, to put us back where the sheriff's office should be. We're at about a 15% vacancy rate, despite our best efforts. We're going backwards. We were at a 12% vacancy rate last year. Now we gained 3%. What I will tell you, we're used to a 5% vacancy rate. We mentioned earlier that the 18 FTEs that we can hold open if times are really challenging, that's a 6% vacancy rate. So we're prepared, we're planning, we're always going to present a balanced budget. What I just need the budget committee to understand is it does affect the level of service we can provide. And if we're all okay with that, I'm okay with that. I mean, we're still a great office. I still work with great people who are going to provide great public safety. It may mean our response times will go up. There's just consequences for those decisions, and it's not skies falling consequences. It's just an adjustment of our services. So just so long as we're all in a partnership and we know what's coming. Thank you. Is there any questions for me or anyone?
Questions for the sheriff's office?
I actually, Captain Bailey was sitting there the other day at the 911 meeting when Chief Krantz said that they were funded. They had all their FTE. And you said, well, what could you say to follow that? Has anybody really confirmed that?
I talked to the chief. He said all of his positions are filled. Now, I'd have to have a more in-depth conversation with him, but that just means he doesn't have any patrol officer openings, FTE openings. He's getting ready to go into budget. He may be asking for additional FTEs. So how long will all of his openings filled last? The other thing is that doesn't mean it's, ladies and gentlemen, out on the street, fully certified patrol officers. That just means those open FTEs are filled. So maybe some are in orientation, maybe some are at the academy, because a law enforcement officer, when they're working patrol, they are not fully ready to go for a year if they're brand new. Our deputy sheriffs in corrections, a little easier. It trims it to about half.
The question is, what about the dogs? Because we see what they do. They actually save officers' lives. And do we still have like a dog or two that are waiting for someone that's had 5 years experience to take it over?
We have one dog. We were in a situation where we had a deputy sheriff, great canine handler. He re-upped, got a dog, had it for about 1.5 years, and then took a job with Lane County Sheriff's Office, another wonderful agency. But he left. But we're a young office. And so a tool like a canine, which I am hugely supportive of. I love canines. They are very useful. They often don't miss their mark like a taser can. So they're very useful. But the secondary thing, as far as not having enough experience, we don't have a lot of interest in individuals who want to be a canine handler anymore. It's a responsibility, which is why we compensate them additionally. And I think just as generations go, people's time is valuable to them, and their off time's valuable to them. And so we see fewer people that are excited or interested in these alternate spots, whether that be detectives or whatever. And that's just kind of how it is. And I'm going to tell you right now, doing this job for 30 years, I can see why their time's important to them and why they make those decisions. So, Commissioner, I agree with you. It's difficult to find individuals to take on those special assignments, especially when you have a living, breathing assignment that is with you 24/7.
About the puppy, the 8-month-old dog that was stolen, not a police dog, last week at Whitefish Creek. Has that dog been found?
I
haven't seen any messaging on that.
Yes, I do not know if that dog's been found.
I haven't got an update that it's been located yet.
Okay, so we got to keep looking for, what was her name? Yes.
No, I forget her name, Commissioner.
Oh.
Robert.
We gotta find it.
I have a
Christina.
question. So on the inmate services on your budget line item, I see that there was a small jump from 2022 to 23, and then a 60% jump to 24, and then you're asking for that amount. My question is that a result of what you were talking about, that the inmates have changed in the identity as far as they need drug treatment, they need mental health services? Is that the reason, or is there some?
MAT comes. Oh,
that's the MAT program. So, one of the things that program is enlarged or getting bigger because we're no longer using Suboxone. We're moving into Sublocade, which is better. It's a long-term acting medication, but unfortunately that medication is like $1,500 a month. So we're seeing more vulnerable people coming in that Sublocade is not the recommended medication, but we don't want to give them up. We're giving them more of the Sublocade instead of the Suboxone. So we did get more money from the state to be able to provide that service more. And so hopefully we see that that grow as we get more people into the program.
Okay, so that was my other
Yeah.
question was, because you weren't asking for that additional bump again, you have something in place that, because you've been talking about how the increase is just, it's just continuing. It's not changing, it's not decreasing, it's increasing.
Correct.
Of the mental health needs and the drug treatment needs. So you have been getting additional state assistance to cover that, because my concern was it didn't actually go up again.
That is
Right.
correct. We're getting additional state.
And I do want to mention it's, again, just to point out the pitfalls of trying to find folks to come do the work. That MAT program took us a while to get online because we had a difficult time finding 3 licensed nurse practitioner or
Yep.
LPNs. I do not know what that stands for, but nurse assistant. So it took us a lot of time to find those individuals to come do the job. And I know that's no different. Everybody who's out in the job market knows they're experiencing those things.
Are you looking at 430302?
Yes.
That, one of the reasons that didn't increase is because we had LexisNexis service that was being charged to that account that is no longer there. So some of the other ones did increase, some stayed the same, and then we pulled one out that was unrelated to any of those things.
Great, thanks.
Right. I want to be conscious of the fact that we need to close this meeting and open the public meeting. So
Can I ask one more question?
actually have a couple as well afterwards. We might be able to reopen the meeting afterwards and answer the questions, but given that we've noticed a public meeting, I actually want to make sure that we stay, 6 minutes on off of time. So for now, I'm going to close the county budget meeting. We will reopen it in a little bit. And I will then open the countywide law enforcement district 1 meeting. This is Fund 701 for those of you in your budget books. And we will start with opening the meeting, and I will turn it over to Sheriff Nelson for introductions.
Still here. This is Joe Brundage to my right. I'm Shane Nelson, your sheriff. Michael Schultz, Corrections Division Captain, William Bailey, Patrol Captain, and Paul Garrison, Detective Captain.
Good intro. All right. And then we will go on to the budget discussion. Do you have material that you'd like to share for the countywide law enforcement district 1, or are you just going to?
Well, Jim, we just shared it, sir.
Okay. So we have countywide law enforcement district 1. That's page 353 or page 102 in your regular budget books. That budget is as presented, and I'm presuming that that's in the packet for people to view online. So therefore, I will open up the meeting to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any public comment online? All right, seeing none. Are there any questions that the budget committee would have on law enforcement district 1? And we'll get back to the sheriff's office later. All right. Therefore, we will close public meeting on law enforcement district 1. We will, I won't wait till 3:15. That would be boring. Let's open up the public meeting for rural law enforcement district 2. Again, Sheriff Nelson, I presume the introductions are the same introductions?
Correct, sir.
Hey, guys. All right. So budget discussion, again, nothing to present. The budget is as presented before us.
Correct, sir.
All right. We will then open to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, we will see if there's any public comment online. Seeing none, are there any questions of the budget committee on state law or on rural law enforcement district 2? Hearing none, we will close the meeting, and we will reopen the county budget committee meeting. I believe that there were some additional questions for the sheriff. If you would be willing to continue to give us a little bit of time.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Right.
Commissioner.
I think you had some.
Yeah, I had a stabilization center. Looking at Steven to see if this is working. Close, okay. I had
You and I should probably just switch mics. I'm louder.
Stabilization center question. So let me start by saying I greatly appreciate the sheriff's office past investment in the stabilization center, critical in getting a
extremely important community service and program up and running. And I can appreciate the desire to scale back those investments, you know, so that you can save for other important things. And, you know, I would also, you know, from the perspective of a commissioner, you know, with oversight over the general fund, I would say the sheriff's office for a number of years has been putting more money into the stabilization center than we have been putting in from the general fund. I do want to just assess the value or impact of the stabilization center of the community crisis response team to the sheriff's office. And since this is a budget committee meeting, one of the ways I want to assess that is actually in terms of the fiscal impact. So having a stabilization center, having the crisis response team means that there are less people, I would believe, going to jail.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
That there is less patrol times spent sitting in the emergency department with someone who's having a mental health crisis. And I would love to have you try and assign some kind of a value to that. And I think that's helpful for us so that we understand what the county, whether through the sheriff's office or through the general fund, should be investing in crisis services.
And Commissioner, excellent question and good points. And I'll give you some things just off the top of my head, what I remember, but we can also follow up with you after. One of the great documents was the document that, well, it's probably a few years old now, that we put together, behavioral health put together for that, assessing like the time savings. So a visit to the emergency department sometimes can run a law enforcement officer 3 to 5 hours, just depending. I mean, it depends on how busy they are. The other thing to keep in mind is that's not really for the emergency department to treat folks in that kind of a status. And so it really frees up their resources because they're not really in the business to do that. Their PES unit is more in the business to do that. But from our perspective, 3 to 5 hours of staff time, and I'm just talking one individual if you're taking them to go put them on a peace officer hold. So 3 hours, I'm going to sort of deputy sheriff with roll-ups is at 37 or so let's make it easy. Let's 100 to okay, so 210, okay, $210. Well, that's just one instance. And if you look into what are our peace officer holds a year, do you have any idea? I put you on the spot.
From 22 to 23.
So
300 calls for service.
Yeah.
Less calls, each of which could be 3 to 5 hours.
And they're not all POHs. That number is just a reduction. And I actually attribute that reduction to having the CCRT team on, because that was when the CCRT team took effect and reduced, because I think we were running about 1,500 mental wellness calls a year. And if you look at it like this, when I started, we were lucky to have one mental wellness call a month. Okay. As a deputy sheriff. And so you start looking at how those calls have added up. But the second piece of that, which is hard to measure because we did try, is how many folks get diverted from the criminal justice system. So not just coming into our facility, but then the district attorney's office doesn't have to take on that caseload. And then the court system doesn't have to listen to that case. And so those are some of the things to kind of assess. But I will also mention this. When I talk about backing down or backing up our commitment to the stabilization center, that's just based on that historical perspective of when Tom Anderson was here. I said, hey, we want to invest in this and show that it works because we believe in it. And so after we show it works, I would like to back our investment down, not to zero, Commissioner. And I hope you all understand that. I don't want to ever back our investment down to zero. We should pay as much as the City of Bend Police Department will pay for that service, because I look at it that we're probably going to be a big user just because all of these other agencies who won't take somebody to our facility and will divert them away from the criminal justice system, that's a plus for us. That's uses of force and overdoses and potential deaths or suicides that we don't have in our facility because they're getting the right care where they need to get it. So in looking at that, I am just thinking off the top of my head, I think behavioral health was assessing maybe the city of Bend, which is the high volume user of the stabilization center, would be around a $300,000 commitment, if I remember right. So that's kind of where I picture the sheriff's office would be. We would be a $300,000 contributor because we should also invest like all the other agencies, if that makes sense. But if that gives you an idea, and if you have more specific questions, just email them. Maybe I'll have you email them to Captain, and then we'll dig a little deeper for some of the information and get back to you.
I mean, I don't have more specific questions. I would love to hear your thoughts on what the fiscal benefit to the sheriff's offices. And you know, a couple of measures, you know, simple measures like the ones you provided today. And you know, avoid reduced numbers, reduced volume of people, you know, being booked in at the jail. I mean, that would be interesting to get some kind of estimate about as well.
We'll follow up on that. Now, some of it might be a little ish because it's hard because they have a lot of things going on, some of these individuals, but we'll try and give you a ballpark understanding. We'll send it out to everybody. The other thing I want to mention is CCRT, they were going to have to reduce their 24/7 coverage. So just so you know how important that program is, Sheriff's Office, the Bend Police Department, and the Redmond Police Department are stepping up to make up that difference. It's about $30,000. So we still want to invest in those programs that make sense. We just want to right size it. Thank you.
All right. For a little context, I mean, prior to this budget committee meeting, there was actually a great deal of discussion about the interaction between law enforcement and behavioral health. You know, from a fiscal perspective. So the kind of information I'm asking you to provide to us would be really helpful to inform that discussion.
I think it's important too to add that many of the people that go to the stabilization center aren't in extreme crisis at the time. The violent individuals generally all come to the jail because hospitals, you know, they'll assault a nurse, and then we're an agency that can't say no. And we're seeing more vulnerable, violent individuals coming into our community and that we have to respond to every day. So keep that in mind as we do this.
It is also very difficult to quantify how much not having someone in a jail bed costs. I mean, we can go by the state, what the state says a bed costs of 119 or what is it now? 100.
Prevention is a really hard thing to quantify.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's not worth investing.
No, but a lot of it is assessing how many risks have we avoided versus what's the cost savings, like literally of the day to day.
Yeah.
And
that's
very
what we need to understand, some understanding of in order to make investments in prevention.
We're queuing up. Right, go ahead.
I do have one question. Captain Schultz, what is the average number of people in the jail on a daily basis? Maybe like, I don't know, this past year, has it been jumping up?
No, it has actually come down because we've implemented pre-trial release supervision program with the courts and the DA that has been very productive. So we have literally, with the change in the law last year and with having a deputy that screens any individual in our custody that works with the courts and the judges to see if they can get released, maybe on a bracelet, a phone check, weekly check, that they can be released prior to their court. And currently we have about 80 to 90 people out on that program now. That has kept our numbers low, but without that, we would be looking at potentially population releases. Our numbers would be that high. We've implemented some levers to keep our numbers down. But our count on this day was 232. It's risen in most Mondays about 270.
Okay.
And pre-COVID, we were bumping 300 with spikes up to 305. And something, right. But then these pre-sentence programs came into place, which helped out hugely. You could see you just add 80 to that number. We're back at 300. They're a huge help. And I'm glad that the court's a great partner on that. The second piece of that is Captain Schultz came from a large sheriff's office where they would open the Sally Port doors and have to force release inmates to keep numbers balanced.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead. I got some too, but go ahead.
Thank you. So first procedurally, I did notice a bunch of committee members looking through their packet to see for the PowerPoint presentation. I believe this is an updated one from
Yes, Robert.
online. So there'll be some available now for budget committee members. And if you want to submit that to budget team, we can post that online for members of the public as well.
Yes.
And then a fiscal question I have for you is regarding the beginning working capital number. So it looks like for 255, but which is, we know comes from 701, 702. The beginning working capital is about 12.3 combined between rural and countywide. And I'm comparing that to the monthly financial reports estimates where you expect fiscal year 24 to end, and that's about 11.2. So it's about a $1.1 million difference. I'm wondering if, and one's updated at a different time, which number you feel is, do you still feel the 12.3 beginning working capital this for fiscal year 25 is
There's
the best accurate number, or do you think the projection for 24 is?
I'm still slightly optimistic in the first number. There were a couple things that were contributing to that. One was some savings. Some grant funds that we may or may not receive before the end of this year. If we don't, we'll receive them in July. And then also our April payroll had a lot of sellback vacation hours. So the forecasted savings that I'm still anticipating to occur in May and June didn't really get captured in the April forecast. And so somewhere in between is probably where we'll end up. But I'm still optimistic that we might be able to hit that 12.1. I don't think it's not reachable. It's unreachable.
Thank you.
All right. So one kind of long question and then hopefully three quick ones. The longer one, House Bill 4002, Measure 110 reforms. Have you modeled any of the potential budget impact? I mean, obviously not everything's settled yet, but does this budget model any of the potential impact to either patrol or to the prison, depending on how the works out?
The potential impacts are going to be the same. I mean, we're encountering as individuals right now. It's just maybe they're just getting the citation, or due to resources or issues, maybe they're not getting cited. Because I'll tell you, every law enforcement officer looks at prioritization of duties when they're out and about. And when something becomes a violation, it drops down on the priority list. So this may create an issue where we have more individuals logged into the jail. Although I imagine a lot of law enforcement officers will still use a cite and release on the A misdemeanor. What I'm looking at as being the benefit of 4002 is there's actually a criminal nexus consequence to behavior. That's what's going to be the important thing. But I don't anticipate any higher fiscal impacts. I mean, the one thing I would anticipate is maybe we have a higher average daily population count, but we'll just have to see how that goes.
Okay. And then on the special request, on special request one, which would be a one-time funding, where would you put that in the budget? What budget change should we expect if there's money voted to you on a one-time basis?
That would go to just increase the reserves in the rural district. And then if possible, at the end of the year, there could be savings for the public safety campus that filters through depending on how the entire budget goes. But mainly it would be to strengthen our contingency.
Yeah, and then same question on special request too. If you get that extra 3%, is that the same answer?
Same thing, yes.
Okay. And then I'm still unclear on the special request two, even from a process of procedural. So special request two is a voted 3% increase. Is that a 1 year 3% increase, or is that a request for an increase in perpetuity of 3%?
So I'll shrink it down just because this is the easiest way to understand it. Since 2007, and going back to the original agreement, we did a model where it added 3% to 2.65 million every year, which I think next fiscal year would bring it up to either 4.22 million or 4.33 million. So what we did was we looked at that and we looked at the TRT we got. The difference is 700,000. So we're saying, hey, We're requesting 700,000 TRT to make right in line with that agreement. And then the 3% bump for next year brings it up the additional 109.
So the 3% you're asking is a fiscal 25 year 3%, not fiscal 25 year 3% and moving forward 3%. Because I'm not even sure that's
every
viable.
The agreement, and again, Mr. Chair, it may not be viable, but that's where we start getting into, oh, okay, what is viable? If there's extra transient room tax, I don't want it to go to, and I'm being a hypocrite because I use the mountain bike trail system, but I don't want it to go to enhanced trails. Although I do think that's important, I want it to go to core services, namely the sheriff's office. And so that's all I'm saying. I'm trying to be a reminder in the ear that I want it to stay with core services. So in looking at that, if it's not sustainable and we look at it and it's like, hey, all of that pot is divvied up. Sheriff's office, we're only in it for the 3.651.
Yeah, my viability question was actually more on, is it viable for us to say, we want to do a special request vote that lasts over 5 to 10 budgets?
I guess the way I would say it is our intent was that this would be in perpetuity, but we would rephrase it up to 3% in perpetuity. And so if there's not 3%, then it wouldn't be 3%, but to get some either portion of that, so it's not every year we have to come back and go through the same discussion just for a COLA adjustment.
We just have to figure out if we're allowed to do that.
Well, what it triggers is, and you just make that decision every year, Mr. Chair. But what it triggers is, the whole concept of that discussion is it triggers that partnership thing that we talked about at the pre-meeting. We're all partners. Here's the thing, and it's sort of my, kind of my perception of it. It's like Sheriff's Office has been an excellent partner and given revenue. And yes, the timing is poor because we've got this courthouse project going, but then when the Sheriff's Office needs a partner, we got a great partner in Health Services who doesn't need the stabilization funding this year. That's the kind of partnership I'm talking about, that give and take, because where that agreement was lost was when the Sheriff's Office was doing well and not having a challenge like everybody else is, that agreement just kind of was forgotten. And so that's my point of just trying to remind that agreement. And this is what we're using as the compass.
Mm-hmm. All right. Any additional questions for the sheriff's office? All right. Thank you for your time.
Really,
go ahead,
Robert. If I could just kind of circle back around to your question and maybe answer it a little better. We may not get that extra million by June 30th, but I'm confident we would have it before month 3 or 4 of the year. And so it may impact our actual ending capital, but not our 4-month reserve, if that makes a little more sense.
Yeah, and the concern is, as you know, if you're counting on that as a resource in your beginning working capital, if you don't meet that resource, when we true up the beginning working capital for the new year, you'll have to reduce expenditures by any amount that you don't budgeted expenditures by any amount that's in excess of that marginal beginning working capital.
Yeah, we're aware of that.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. We are at the close of topics for day 1. Are there any comments from staff or the budget committee on where we are? Go ahead, Nick.
I couldn't tell if Sheriff Nelson had one final comment there before we left. It looks like I thought you were going to say one more thing before as we closed, but maybe.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Didn't mean to look away so fast. All right.
You're fine.
Any comments from the budget committee or from staff on processes for today or anything that went on?
Thank gosh, we did the 13 million for the PERS and got the county or the state match at over 3 million. And so, it's great. Thank you. I can't wait to hear what that's going to save us.
Other comments? Any questions on we can just take it day by day. Any questions on the agenda for tomorrow?
No, we will reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right.
Mr. Chair, one quick thing on the agenda for tomorrow includes the Cannabis Advisory Panel recommendation. That was covered by Jen this afternoon. So I think that could be an open spot.
Okay. I'm sure we can manage the extra 5 minutes that go on in there. All right. Unless there are any other comments or questions, we will adjourn for the day and reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you.
Are we going to see the find the allocation that they recommended? Because Jen didn't, she talked about it at the high level, but.
Yeah, we could bring copies of that. It actually went to the board a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I. For the budget.
Yeah, we'll bring copies.
All right, thanks, everyone.
You.